Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. We're going to start the way we normally do with introductions, and we will begin with our clerks.
Good evening. I am Christine Smith, clerk to the board. Welcome.
Good evening. I am Marlissa Easton, deputy clerk to the board.
Good evening and welcome. My name is Yvette Townsend Ingram, and I serve you at large on the County Commission.
Good evening. I'm George Dunlap, elected by the people of District 3. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Lee Altman, County Commissioner serving at large, and I have the privilege of also serving as Vice Chair. Welcome to you all.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. It is great to see everyone. This is Democracy in Action. My name is Mark Jarrell. I've been elected by the people of District 4, and I have the honor of serving as Chair.
Good afternoon. My name is Vilma D. Leak, and I represent the most powerful district in the system, and that's District 2. I start to stand up. Will all seniors please stand up? All seniors please stand up. Power to the people.
Go ahead. You go.
All right, good evening and welcome. Power to the people. My name's Arthur Griffin, and I have the pleasure of representing all of Mecklenburg County as a county commissioner at large, and I wish you would come every meeting. Thank you.
I didn't mean to speak before this brother. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I'll say it again. My name is Vilma D. Leak, and I represent the most powerful district in the county, that's District 2. Thank you for being here tonight.
She did the same thing when I chaired the Board of Education.
That's why we were successful.
Good evening. I'm Laura Meyer, and I represent District 5.
Good evening. My name is Susan Rodriguez McDowell, and I have the honor of serving District 6.
Good evening. Mike Bryant, Mecklenburg County Manager.
Yay.
Good evening. Tyrone Wade, County Attorney.
Good evening. I am Mecklenburg County Commissioner Elaine Powell, representing North Mecklenburg, Huntersville, Davidson, Cornelius, and North Charlotte. And I agree with Commissioner Griffin. I wish you would come to every meeting. Thank you.
All right, before we go to our invocation, there's a couple things I want to do. The first thing I want to do is I see a lot of elected officials that are in the House joining us tonight, and I'd like you all to stand to please be recognized.
To see all former elected officials in the House.
Excuse me one second, Commissioner. Excuse me one second, because we're going to go there. Thank you, everyone. That's exactly what I wanted to do. So thank you for reading my mind, Commissioner Lee.
I was trying to remind you quietly.
I definitely appreciate that. And so with that being said, tonight is a really important night for our community. I appreciate everyone here. But I am reminded that we lost a giant in this community, in Attorney James Ferguson, and we would be remiss if we did not take a moment to offer a moment of silence in memory of a civil rights icon, a pioneer in the struggle for civil and human rights. And right now I'm going to ask everyone to please join me in a moment of silence in honor and respect of Attorney James Ferguson. Thank you. And at this time, we will turn it over to Commissioner Meyer for the invocation and to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In honor of Women's Equality Day this month, I want to read from Maya Angelou's Wouldn't Take Nothing for My Journey Now, entitled In All Ways a Woman. In my young years, I took pride in the fact that luck was called a lady. In fact, there were so few public acknowledgments of female presence that I felt personally honored, whatever nature and large ships were referred to as feminine. But as I matured, I began to resent being considered a sister to a changeling as fickle as luck, as aloof as an ocean, and as frivolous as nature. The phrase, "a woman always has the right to change her mind," played so aptly into the negative image of the female that I made myself a victim to an unwavering decision. Even if I made an inane and stupid choice, I stuck by it rather than be like a woman and change my mind. Being a woman is hard work, not without joy and even ecstasy, but still relentless, unending work. Becoming an old female may require only being born with certain genitalia, inheriting long living genes, and the fortune not to be run over by an out-of-control truck, but to become and remain a woman, command the existence and employment of genius. The woman who survives intact and happy must be at once tender and tough. She must have convinced herself, or be in the unending process of convincing herself that she, her values, and her choices are important. In a time and world where males hold sway and control, the pressure upon women to yield their rights of way is tremendous. And it is under those very circumstances that the woman's toughness must be in evidence. She must resist considering herself a lesser version of her male counterpart. She is not a sculptress, poetess, authoress, Jewish, negress, or even, now rare, in university parlance, a rectoress. If she is the thing, then for her own sense of self and for the education of the ill-informed, she must insist with rectitude in being the thing and in being called the thing. A rose by any other name may smell as sweet, but a woman called by a devaluing name will only be weakened by the misnomer. She will need to prize her tenderness and be able to display it at appropriate times, and in order to prevent roughness from gaining total authority and to avoid becoming a mirror image of those men who value power above life and control over love. It is imperative that a woman keep her sense of humor intact and at the ready. She must see, even if only in secret, that she is the funniest, looniest woman in her world, which she should also see as being the most absurd world of all times. It has been said that laughter is therapeutic and amiability lengthens the lifespan. Women should be tough, tender, laugh as much as possible, and live long lives. The struggle for equality continues unabated, and the woman warrior who is armed with wit and courage will be among the first to celebrate victory. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we move to awards and recognition, I'll turn the gavel over to the Vice Chair. There is a matter that we need to take up in open session that we dealt with in closed session. So the Chair will entertain a motion to authorize the County Manager to negotiate and execute all documents necessary for the acquisition of tax parcel 023-031-05 plus or minus 21.3 acres from James Galloway Jr. and Scotty Galloway Neal as heirs of James G. Galloway for a purchase price of $2,100,000 for expansion of the latter nature preserve. Is there such a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. All right, at this time, I'll turn the gavel over to our Vice Chair to go through awards and recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is with much pride and pleasure that I will be taking up the first proclamation of the night, the Charlotte Black Pride Week and Charlotte Pride Week proclamation. So will the people who are here to receive it, including Carolyn Bedenbaugh, come on down to the podium to receive while I begin reading. Are you here tonight?
We do have people out in the foyer as well, so we may have to
Okay.
see if someone can see if they're out there.
Well, I know we're being televised out there. I'll go ahead and keep it moving, but if someone can identify Carolyn, I think she's now in the room. And anyone else who is here to receive, you can come down to this podium. Whereas Mecklenburg County is home to a vibrant and diverse community, among which are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ citizens and residents. And whereas Mecklenburg County's LGBTQ community, their family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers have positively shaped the cultural, business, civic, faith, and social fabric of the county throughout its history. And whereas in 2025, Charlotte Black Pride marks its 20th anniversary and Charlotte Pride marks its 25th year. And whereas LGBTQ residents of Mecklenburg County first attempted to organize gay liberation movement organizations as early as 1971, with Charlotte's first Pride events finally held in 1981, and the ensuing decades inspiring the creation of Charlotte Pride in 2000. And whereas Charlotte Black Pride was founded in 2005 with a mission to promote LGBTQ pride primarily for, but not limited to, members of the Black community, while building social awareness, embracing spirituality, and celebrating the diversity that exists within our community. And whereas each July, Black members of the LGBTQ community and their allies gather to celebrate the history, culture, achievements, aspirations, and dreams during Charlotte Black Pride Week, and this year held its annual celebration, Black and Bold. And whereas community members joined together on July 12th to July 19th to celebrate the history, culture, community, and triumphs of Black LGBTQ people across our region. And whereas this August, Charlotte Pride will celebrate the 25th anniversary of its founding and the 44th anniversary of the first Pride events in Mecklenburg County. And whereas Charlotte Pride Festival and Parade is the largest LGBTQ community event of its kind in the region, contributing millions of dollars in economic impact each year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim July 12th through 19th as Charlotte Black Pride Week and August 8th through 17th, 2025 as Charlotte Pride Week in Mecklenburg County, and encourages all citizens to join us in this special observance. Signed the 6th day of August, 2025, Mark D. Jarrell, Chair, Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners. So, do any of my colleagues want to be heard on the matter? Miles Perry, are you here as well? All right, we got a long night in front of us, so I will quickly pivot to our speakers.
Hi.
Laura.
Thank you, Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners. My name is Caroline Biedenbaugh, and I'm the Communications Coordinator of Charlotte Pride. Bear with me, I'm a little nervous. I recently moved to Charlotte last September. I'm still new here, and it has been a wonderful experience to come to a few of these meetings where Pride proclamations have taken place, as well as Juneteenth proclamations and an anti-gun violence proclamation here in this room. I moved here from the state in the United States that is listed on Aaron Reed's anti-trans legislative risk map under a do not travel advisory for trans people due to the harsh political climate against its state's people. The reason I bring this up is because I want to stress the fact that proclamations like these really do matter. Proclamations like these signal to our community that there are people in our community that really support us. And the LGBTQ plus community has allies, and they're here in this room. And the work that goes into making this happen isn't taken lightly, and I'm determined to not take it for granted. Thank you, and I hope to see you all at the Charlotte Pride weekend, next weekend, August 16th and 17th. We also have an interfaith service this Sunday, if that's your thing. And I look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hang on one second there. Those were beautiful comments. We're going to carry the vote, and then, if you will, come around and receive it. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? And that is unanimous. Caroline, you can start over here, and we'd love to shake your hand.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, too.
Don't be nervous.
Thank you.
next proclamation will be Child Support Awareness Month, and I now turn to Commissioner Laura Meyer.
Thank you. Whereas Mecklenburg County has operated child support services since July 2010, when the staff and customers of the program were entrusted to the county by the state of North Carolina. And whereas former President Bill Clinton first proclaimed August as National Child Support Awareness Month in 1995 to demonstrate the importance of child support as a sustainable means of financial support and well-being for many of our nation's children. And whereas children living in poverty are more vulnerable to environmental, educational, health, and safety risks, and are more likely to have cognitive, behavioral, and socio-emotional difficulties throughout their lifetime. And whereas parents and/or caretakers through a strong work ethic and personal responsibility can provide a stable foundation for life to children who are dependent on them for their daily financial, emotional, and physical growth. And whereas Mecklenburg County is committed to ensuring the safety, health, and well-being for our children by supporting families through programs designed to help parents remain engaged in their children's lives. And whereas Mecklenburg County promotes a thriving, productive, proactive, and engaging community by taking a collaborative and holistic approach to help families benefit from both co-parenting and community support. And whereas in Mecklenburg County, there are approximately 53,892 children and custodial parents who receive more than $50 million in child support annually through the efforts of this county's child support professionals, which provide food, housing, and clothing to these families. And whereas collection of child support also contributes to the welfare of our local economy by avoiding Medicaid costs annually and moving families into economic self-sufficiency by reducing dependence on other public assistance programs such as temporary assistance to needy families, TANF, and food and nutrition services. And whereas these local efforts are provided by 138 Mecklenburg County staff members who work diligently to uphold the county's customer service and accountability standards. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaim August 2025 as Child Support Awareness Month in Mecklenburg County and commend its observance to all citizens. This 6th day of August 2025, Mark Jarrell, Chair, Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners. So moved.
Second.
Properly, having been moved and properly seconded, is there anyone from the department? Oh, yes, please come to the podium.
Fonda Clifton.
Ms. Clifton, thank you so much.
Thank you for recognizing August for Child Support Awareness Month. I am truly honored to accept this recognition tonight on behalf of the Child Support Services Division. This acknowledgement is a tribute to the unwavering dedication, tireless work, and deep commitment of our entire team to the families and children we serve. As Division Director, I have the privilege of leading an extraordinary group of professionals. They are passionate, resilient, and united with a shared purpose. They support one another, strive for excellence, and never lose sight of the impact their work has done for our community. They embody the belief that when a team works together with purpose, every goal becomes possible. And I can say with confidence, they are the best of the best. I am incredibly proud to stand with them and to lead them. To our county commissioners, County Manager Michael Bryant, County Attorney Tyrone Reid, Department Director Yolanda Griffin, and Deputy Director Broderick Knight, thank you. Your continued support and recognition of the vital work we do means more than words can express. Together, we are making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you don't mind staying there, because a few of my colleagues want to be heard, beginning with our chairman.
Fonda, thank you. I want to say thank you for your leadership. I was just sitting here telling Commissioner Griffin that we were agents together back in 1995, Child Support Enforcement agents. And so it's just amazing to see your journey. I want to thank you for your leadership. I especially want to thank all of our team members. When you think about sometimes there's a stigma around the punitive nature of child support enforcement and what that means, but you've really made it, and the team has really made it a partnership, which has separated Mecklenburg County from other areas as it relates to child support when you think about our Empowering Fathers initiatives and things of that nature. I'm just so proud of that. I'm proud of your leadership. I'm proud to call you a friend, so thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. I have colleagues here as well.
And all of our colleagues, please stand from child support. Thank you.
Would any other colleagues like to be heard? All right, at this time, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And that is unanimous. Please come down to get the proclamation.
Congratulations and thank you.
30 years ago?
I don't believe it.
It's crazy, right?
Wow, you look good.
I know.
And our final proclamation is Women's Equality Day, and I now turn to Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. And I feel like I love the poem that Commissioner Meyer read, but I feel like I want to read Ain't I a Woman by Sojourner Truth, but I'm not going to do that. I know we had a long program tonight. Mecklenburg County, North Carolina proclamation, whereas August 26, 2025 marks the 105th anniversary of women in the United States securing the right to vote through the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, and whereas this milestone, while historic, did not guarantee access to the ballot for all women, particularly African American, Indigenous, Asian American, and Latina women, many of whom remain disenfranchised until the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and beyond. And whereas the long struggle for suffrage and equality began with the Women's Rights Convention in 1848 and was advanced by generations of women who took bold steps in organizing, educating, and mobilizing for justice, often in the face of resistance, violence, and oppression. And whereas these brave pioneers redefined history through their courage, resilience, and vision for a more inclusive democracy. Their work laid the foundation for future generations to not only participate in civic life, but to lead, inspire, and transform their communities. And whereas women today continue that legacy, fighting for equality in the workplace, healthcare, education, and political representation, while also lifting up the voices of those historically left out of the narrative. And whereas the Mecklenburg County Women's Advisory Board has designated the 2025 Women's Equality Day theme as Redefining Her Story, Bold Steps, Bright Futures, a call to honor the past by uplifting the women who are shaping our future through bold leadership, courageous advocacy, and empowered action. And whereas this year's Women's Equality Day celebration will take place on Saturday, August 16, 2025, and will feature inclusive programming to recognize progress, acknowledge ongoing challenges, and inspire community engagement in pursuit of gender equality. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners do hereby proclaim August 26, 2025 as Women's Equality Day in Mecklenburg County and encourage all residents to join in commemorating this day by reaffirming their commitment to a more equitable and inclusive society for women and girls of every background. This, the 6th day of August, 2025. Signed, Mark D. Jarrell, Chair, Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners. So moved.
Second.
Wonderful. The motion having been moved and properly seconded, I'd like to call down to the podium Ms. Denise, Chair of the Women's Advisory Board. And while you make your way down, if any of my colleagues want to be heard, now's a great time. Yes, Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you for representing the women in the county of Mecklenburg. I served on that board many years and enjoyed serving on that board before I became a member of the county commissioners. It's a very strong board, and I'm hoping that we will continue, as we have in the past, to be active in the community and serve the community. Thank you, young ladies. Are your members here? Any of your members here?
They're coming.
Wonderful. Please do introduce them.
Thank you.
I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Hello, I am Jamila Espinosa, and I am finalizing my 6th year on the Women's Advisory Board. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve.
You want to introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Camelia Nixon. This is my 2nd year with the Women's Advisory Board, and it has been a pleasure to serve this community.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Tokpa, news to the Women's Advisory Board. It's a pleasure.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shawana Burnett. I am on my 5th year of the Women's Advisory Board.
And good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. Long time no chat. I'm Danela Denise, and I am the chair for the Women's Advisory Board. So on behalf of the Women's Advisory Board, I want to extend our sincerest gratitude for your continued support, your leadership in our community. We especially thank you for recognizing the importance of remembering Women's Equality Day. This day is a very powerful reminder of the progress that we've made towards gender equality, equity, and ongoing work still needed to ensure that all women, regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or background, have equal access to opportunity, representation, and justice. By celebrating Women's Equality Day, we not only honor the generations of women who fought tirelessly for the right to vote, but we also inspire our youth and uplift the voices of women who continue to lead and serve our sectors of society. Your acknowledgement on this day reinforces that message of unity, inclusion, empowerment throughout our county. I would also like to give a special thanks to Commissioner Leek as our liaison and for her unwavering support and guidance. We would also like to thank you all for standing with us in an important cause. Thank you for consistently listening to our board, accepting our feedback, and working hand in hand with us. We welcome you to join us next Saturday. I know there's a lot of events on August the 16th at 11:30 at Camp North End for our Women's Equity event. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. At this time, if no one else needs to be heard, we will carry the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And that is unanimous. You can come down to receive the proclamation.
Is it just me or is it all you?
Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
I'm shaking. I got hand sanitizer.
Hey, bro. A little bit.
And that concludes our awards and recognitions, and I return the gavel to the chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just to level set with everyone, the next portion of the agenda calls for the public appearance. Just want to make sure everybody understands that this is going to be different. Most of you are here for the public hearing. So we're going to go through public appearance. We also have a little bit of other business that we need to go through with appointments, and then we'll move right into the public hearing. But with respect to public appearance, I do have to read a statement. Public appearance is the period during the board's regular meeting that members of the public are provided the opportunity to speak on matters not appearing on the agenda. Members of the public who appear during the public appearance portion of a regular meeting may discuss any matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Commissioners except for the following types of matters: a matter which appears on the agenda of that meeting of the board, a matter which concerns the candidacy of any person for public office, including the candidacy of the person appearing before the board, a request that the board considers funding a certain program or activity, either from the current budget or by inclusion in a future budget. Such requests would be made at the board's annual budget public hearing. The time limit for speaking is 3 minutes unless there are 4 more speakers who wish to speak concerning the same matter, in which case all persons wishing to speak on the same matter will be considered a group and given a total of 10 minutes. The board reserves the right to alter these rules on a case-by-case basis as necessary for the efficient and effective conduct of business. Members of the board will not engage in dialogue with public appearance speakers. Comments will be received and followed up on as applicable by county staff and/or members of the board. Handouts and/or tokens shall be given to the clerk for distribution to the board at the conclusion of the meeting. Members of the public can watch and access and view the meeting on the government channel or online at watch.mecnc.gov. With that said, we have multiple speakers. The first group of speakers are Nia Brown, Kendra Rutledge, Marilyn Smith, Nyla Brown, and Deja Hobbs. Deja Hobbs, excuse me, I'm sorry. Is that group here? They're where?
They're outside.
Oh, okay, they're outside. So as they're coming down, Denisha DeGraff and Reed, I know you're here. You can come to the other podium. Denisha DeGraff and Reed, we'll have you come to the other podium. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
You all will have up to 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for giving us a voice. We appreciate the chance to share an important vision with you. My name is Nia Brown, and I am the founder of the Co-Parenting Hub, a community-built and faith-rooted dedicated co-parenting exchange facility launching right here in Mecklenburg County with one mission in mind: to give families a better way forward. Every week in Mecklenburg County, children are exchanged in parking lots, gas stations, and fast food restaurants. Unsafe, unregulated places heavy with stress and uncertainty. Nearly 1 in 3 local children live in single-parent homes, navigating fragile transitions that can shape their futures. This challenge touches millions across the nation, but here it demands bold, compassionate action. In too many of these cases, there is no neutral, child-centered space for the exchange. Tension rise, trauma builds, and children caught in the middle start to see transitions as threats and not safety. I've been that parent, standing tensely in a stressful handoff. I know how these charged environments can unsettle children and strain already fragile parents, shaping a child's sense of safety and worth. That's why I created the Co-Parenting Hub, a trauma-informed, community-rooted nonprofit that reimagines how separated families share parenting time. Here's what we are building right here in Charlotte: private, bright-themed visitation rooms designed to feel warm, welcoming, and just for them. A cozy cafe-style waiting area and designated play area where parents can de-escalate and model calm communication while children enjoy themselves. Home setup support, so children have beds and essentials in both homes and not just one. Dedicated outdoor picnic spaces, to force the family building during visitation and transitions. Support programs for fathers looking to reconnect and rebuild bonds after long separation from their children. Workshops that provide families with the tools and support to overcome barriers preventing healthy co-parenting. This isn't just a service, it's a prevention in action. By putting prevention first, we reduce conflict between co-parents and ease behavioral challenges in children. That means fewer crises, less stress on families, and lighter burdens on our courts and law enforcement. Mecklenburg County has the chance to lead a national movement, not just because this problem is rare, but because we are bold enough to solve it. Today I stand before you, not just as a founder, but as a mother of 6, standing for families like mine. I'm asking for your partnership, your voice, your support, including securing a dedicated hub location, connecting us with youth services resources, and introducing us to people and places that can help bring this vision to life. It's time families have more than parking lots and unwelcoming buildings. They deserve better, because when we change the setting, we change the story, and our children deserve a better story. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Deja Hobbs, and I serve as a board member for the Co-Parenting Hub. I've been a social worker for the past 7 years, working closely with families. I've seen how often co-parents are left without the tools, support, or guidance they need to raise emotionally healthy children in 2 households. On June 13th of this year, I was transporting one of my foster care youth to juvenile court, a teenage boy who has already seen and experienced more than most adults. During the 1-hour ride, we spoke about his court hearing, his recent behaviors in his placement, and his frustrations. He looked at me and said, "Miss Deja, I just wish my parents would get along. My mom talks about my dad because he wasn't in my life, and my dad talks about how my mom raised me. Neither one of them are perfect. We all have things we need to work on." That moment stuck with me. It reminded me that behind every case file is a child caught in the crossfire of parent conflict. This young man's struggles didn't start at school or at court. They started at home, with tension and toxicity between the parents, and now he's approaching adulthood without a unified, supportive foundation. His story isn't unique, it's one of many. That's why I believe so strongly in the mission of the Co-Parenting Hub. It is created to meet a real, urgent need in our community, offering education, neutral support, and safe spaces for co-parents to learn, grow, and put their children first. When I introduced the vision of the Co-Parenting Hub to those in the community, one response I received was, "What a wonderful idea. I've always thought it was sad when I see children switching households in a parking lot. That sounds safer and caring." Another stated, "My family and I are a blended family, and due to irreconcilable differences, we often pick my stepdaughter up in the parking lot. It got a little better as time passed. This is such a beautiful gift to those co-parenting, better memories and safer spaces." As a social worker and advocate, I know the long-term impact this kind of support can have, not just on families, but on our entire county. I'm asking for your partnership, specifically your help in securing a building where the Co-Parenting Hub can take root. We need a physical space that allows families to safely exchange their children, receive resources, and begin the hard but necessary work of healing. This building would serve as a consistent, neutral ground where co-parents can reduce conflict and where children no longer have to witness the tension that so often affects their emotional and mental well-being. With your support, we can create a space that doesn't just serve families today, but transforms generations to come. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kendra Rutledge. I stand before you today not only as a school administrator, but also as a wife, mother, and someone who's very familiar with the term co-parenting. I've been on this co-parenting journey over a decade now, with many highs and lows. I learned the key ingredient to this term is to value how you affect your children over everything else. Working in a school setting, I see the reality of broken transitions every day at home and in the halls of our school. I myself have exchanged my child in parking lots, family members' homes, and the list goes on. While my exchanges were mostly respectful in terms of communication with my child's father, the environment never felt safe or private. I've seen many other families in my school community go through the same thing, often with more tension. I truly believe providing a better environment along with support can make a meaningful difference from both families and children. As an educator, I've seen that stress follows children in the classroom. They carry the emotional weight of what they witness. Sometimes it's not spoken, but it shows in their behavior and in their focus and their confidence. That's why the Co-Parenting Hub is not just a nice idea, it's a necessary one. A place where families can exchange their children with privacy, dignity, and support. A place where trauma doesn't have to be the norm. This service is urgently needed, and I truly believe it could be the missing link for so many families in our community. As a mom and a leader in our school, I urge you to support this vision. We need this more than ever. Thank you for your help today.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for your time. My name is Marilyn Smith, and I have been a foster parent in Mecklenburg County for over 15 years. I have cared for children caught between parents, court orders, and chaos. And what I've seen time after time again is the lack of a safe, child-friendly, neutral place for custody exchanges and it only deepens the trauma, especially for the children. That's why I'm here tonight, to support the Co-Parenting Hub. This isn't just another nonprofit, this is a missing piece. A place where families can begin to heal, where exchanges happen without fear or confusion, and where children are no longer caught in the middle. I remember one child that was in my care. Her visits with her biological parents changed constantly. One week it was at the mall, the next week it was at a fast food restaurant, or other times it was in city public building. She never knew what was going on or what to expect. She never had a place that felt like she belonged. The Co-Parenting Hub will change that. It will be a consistent, welcoming space where foster children and their parents can meet in peace and private without compromising the child's happiness. A place where relationships can be rebuilt and not just exchanged. Let's give children comfort and let's give them stability. Let's give them a place that they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nyla Brown, and I just wanted to share a quick message. Everything in this world has a place, and with your help, children being exchanged between homes will too. No more parking lots, no more gas stations, no more public lobbies. Co-parenting families will finally have a space made for peace, safety, and what's best for us. Thank you for giving hopes and kids like me a voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, and everyone for giving us a voice and giving small hopes like us a chance to project our visions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Denisha, before you go, let me call the next group of speakers. April Lewis, Levante Cuthbert, Shannon Steele, Ursula Baker, and Nikki Stewart. After that group, it'll be Jessica Saxton, and after Jessica Saxton, it's Tanawa Downing. So, Denisha, great to see you. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Denisha DeGraffenreid. Thank you, Commissioners, for having me and giving me a voice for the community to hear. So I'm here tonight, as some people may know, to just speak about mental health and substance use awareness. August the 31st of this year is National Overdose Awareness Day. I would just like to give a quick moment of silence for all of those that we've lost to overdose and for those who may still be struggling. Thank you. Okay, this is a topic that may or may not impact everybody in here. I wish I could turn around, but my voice is gonna get lower. But I'm so excited to see all of you guys. And I just want people to know that taking care of your mental health is a necessity. It's a priority. It's something that we all must continue to do. Guys, it's so critical to just develop an understanding of what taking care of your mental health is. Year after year after year, we go in for checkups, getting physicals. When we do things, we have to get physicals. Many of you may know now that there's a survey where doctors have to ask questions about your mental health. All of that is for a reason. They found out that people are really struggling mentally. And whenever you struggle mentally, it can begin to impact your physical health. You may become more sick. You may become more agitated. You may become more short-tempered. It could just lead to an influx of things. There's so many ways to get help. There's so many organizations in Mecklenburg County and the surrounding areas. There's virtual appointments if you may not necessarily want to go into a physical building. But taking care of your mental health is very, 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 very vital. All of us in here have a brain. We all have minds. We all have this thing where we have to think, where we have to show up for the world, where we have to show up for our children, for our families. And sometimes I think it's easy to just kind of let your mental health fall to the wayside. If you know that you're having any abnormal thoughts, if you feel like you're just not like yourself, please reach out for help. There's 988. It's the most common line that I think that people can dial, and it's super easy to remember. These people will literally talk to you about anything at all. Please reach out for help. If you know that you're struggling is not a weakness. Not receiving help is the biggest weakness, and it's one of the biggest issues with what is going on in our society involving mental health. Please continue to take care of yourselves. If you believe in God, keep people lifted up in prayer in this community, in this nation, all around this globe. Please reach out, do some quick Google searches with Charlotte Mecklenburg agencies, and you guys take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Denisha. April, before you go, Jessica Saxton, Tanawa Downing, you all are on deck. April, you get up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is April Lewis, and I stand before you as an advocate and a witness to repeated failures in Mecklenburg County's response to housing instability. From Lake Arbor to Econo Lodge, from Tanglewood and Lamplighter to Hill Charlotte and now Cedric Dean, we have watched a pattern of neglect, exploitation, and broken promises destabilize hundreds of families. We are not here tonight to relive that trauma. We are here to stop it from happening again. We are offering a solution. A community-led stabilization center already piloted with 35 families, already showing results. Now we need your partnership to expand it. But before we get to policy, please hear the truth from the people who lived it.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nikki Stewart, and I work alongside impacted families and grassroots organizers who have been holding this crisis together with bandages. Here's the reality. Over 2,000 people in Mecklenburg County are housing insecure. More than 400 are sleeping unsheltered, including children, elders, and disabled residents. The extended stay motel system is failing. And 211 is not a real solution. It simply tells people that everything is full. After the abrupt collapse of Hill Charlotte, families were handed off to Cedric Dean's HELP program without vetting, without oversight or care. They were dropped in uninspected homes, forced to clean up hazardous conditions with their own money, and illegally evicted, often in the middle of the night. The trauma inflicted on these families was worse than what they had already experienced at the hands of Hill Charlotte, and they still have not received any meaningful support from local systems. We are watching the long-term health, housing, and educational stability of our children unravel. We must act.
Hello, my name is Gisania. I come from Hill Charlotte and Cedric Dean. I was in a motel with my children. Then I was moved into a house provided by Cedric. He told me he was helping us, but it was never safe. There was no inspections, no agreement or plan of action. He demanded our Medicaid information and gave no expectations why. Then, without warning, he started kicking people out. I had no idea where to go next. Today, I am back in a hotel with my kids, praying we will get help to stay past Friday. I speak not just for myself, but for the dozens of other mothers who are scared, who are tired, and who are trying to hold it together. Families together with no support. We need this stabilization center now. It's too late for me to feel safe, but maybe not for the next mom.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Levante Cuthbert. I was one of the first families moved to from Hill Charlotte into Cedric Dean's program, and we were moved into a house, on 614 Concordia Avenue. I was evicted at 11 p.m. at night with less than 12 hours notice with my 3 children. There was no court process, no plan, just people who showed up while I was at work, packed up my items in the middle of the night. My kids was confused and scared, and there was nowhere for us to go. The house we lived in was disgusting. We had to clean it ourselves. No caseworkers, no path forward, no protection. This wasn't housing, this was a setup. I'm now stuck trying to rebuild my life all over again with no answers, no stability, and no support from the system that was supposed to help. We need the county to lead with accountability, not excuses. This stabilization center is the only real solution that I've seen thus far. So I really would hope you guys help us.
Good evening. My name is Ursula Baker. I live with my mother, who has health issues, and my young children, all under the ages of 10, including my autistic son. We were placed in Cedric Dean's program after Hill Charlotte program ended. It was never safe. The house was in bad conditions. We cleaned it up ourselves when we moved in. Then one night, after a month of being in the house, we were put out with no ideas, nowhere to go, and no notice, no follow-up, just gone. I had to explain to my kids why we couldn't stay in our home. We were harassed, we were disrespected, we was assaulted, degraded, and simultaneously being removed from a situation where dumped when we were offered exploitation, hush money from Cedric Dean to leave with no issues, but to go, just to go. Now school is starting again, and we have no stability. Excuse me. How are my kids supposed to learn where resources are not available? This is not just a housing issue, it's an education issue, a health issue, a moral issue. Please stop funding these failed programs and start funding community care. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Jackson. I too was a resident of Cedric Dean's program that was suddenly evicted. And currently, my daughter's blood sugar is low. So it was. Today, we are not just bearing witness to injustice, we are presenting a solution born from community wisdom. You've heard the stories, you've heard the pain. Now you hear the solution. Our team has identified 5 buildings that are ready to become the first community stabilization centers in Mecklenburg County. We need immediate county investment to conduct critical inspections, environmental, structural, and safety reviews so that we can move forward. We also are needing immediate county funding to scale our stabilization center pilot, further conversations about our implementation plan and ways to collaborate, a legally established, transparently managed community stabilization fund, formal partnerships with trusted community organizations, public health services on site, including for disabled and medically fragile families, policy development and protections for displaced families. Let's stop giving public dollars to individuals who exploit the most vulnerable. Let's stop watching children fail in school because they don't have a pillow to rest their heads on. And let's stop expecting broken systems to hold what they were never built for. We need you, the county commission, to lead where others have failed. Be with us, not against us. Let's build what Charlotte has never had, a real safety net rooted in dignity, built on lived experience, and focused on housing, healing, and long-term stability. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Saxton. Tanawa Downing, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can come to the other side. Come on.
Thank you so much.
You just walk
My
through.
name is,
Excuse me, Jessica, I'm sorry. Tanawa, you can just walk through right here. Yeah. I apologize, Jessica. You have
It's
3
okay.
minutes.
you ready?
Yes.
My name is Jessica Saxon. I'm a civil rights advocate and litigator from Washington, D.C. I need to provide notice to Mecklenburg County Commissioners this evening. This is in accordance with USCS Rules of Civil Procedure, as well as Rule 17 and Rule 20 of the United States Supreme Court. The Constitution for the United States is the overarching requirements that every state must follow. I trust that everyone here would agree with that. States are not able to enact their own alternative legislation and substitute it for the guarantees of the Constitution. That would mean that your state laws are, in fact, more powerful than the Constitution, and that is unlawful. Clause 1 of Amendment 5 to the United States Constitution says that no person should be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment by a grand jury. However, the state of North Carolina has enacted its own alternative legislation that permits prosecuting attorneys and police officers to charge by way of information as opposed to indictment as required by law, and that is unconstitutional. An emolument violation is when you pay a public official to commit a crime. There are two areas in the Constitution that reinforces this. The first is Article 1, Section 10, where it states that no state shall create any law that shall impair the obligation of contract. So contracts, police officers, prosecutors, judges, they are all under a contract to perform based on the oath or affirmation that they took. The contract perimeters are defined within the Constitution of the United States. So when a state enacts a law that directs their agents to disobey the supreme law of this land, that would be a violation of Article 1, Section 10. The 14th Amendment is the other place that you'll find the reinforcement of this issue, and that's where it states that no state shall create or enforce any law that shall abridge the privileges and immunities of United States citizens. Privileges and immunities of United States citizens are at a minimum those that are enumerated within the Bill of Rights and the First 10 Amendment. The state of North Carolina has enacted a law, again, in its inferior constitution that is permitting public officials and law enforcement officers, whom you all pay, to violate the Constitution of the United States. As a result, there's an inordinate amount of people currently imprisoned here in the state of North Carolina illegally and unconstitutionally. Mr. Tannenwood Downing is preparing to litigate this issue at the United States Supreme Court on behalf of more than 700,000 people currently imprisoned here in America unlawfully. I'm here today to simply provide notice that you cannot continue to pay public officials to break the law. Criminal sanctions can come from that. Paying public officials to disobey the law, it is an emolument violation, it is illegal, it is unconstitutional, and it is a crime. So please let the record show, I'm asking you honorable individuals, go home tonight, take a look at Clause 1, Amendment 5, confirm what I'm saying to be true, and direct your public officials to act in a lawful constitutional manner consistent with the obligations that are codified in the Constitution of the United States of America. And I do have a notice that I would like to put on the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tanel Downing, you have 3 minutes.
So good evening. My name is Tannenwood Downing. I'm the civil rights litigator that Ms. Saxon was just talking about. I want to provide a little bit of clarification so we can understand what just happened. I have approximately 34,000 criminal affidavits on behalf of affected victims that have had this happen to them from right here within the state of North Carolina. Many of them are from within the county of Mecklenburg. These are per se crimes, which means that we don't have to prove that they intended to breach their constitutional obligation simply by virtue of the breach. All elements of the crime have been met because their willfulness and their knowledge derives from the promise that they make. No state can create its own alternative legislation, substitute it for the guarantees of the Constitution, then go out and enforce it as though it's law. That is unconstitutional. So if your sheriff's department, your agents that you pay, if they're going out and executing a warrant because they're relying upon a judicial officer who relied upon a prosecutor who abused their power by relying upon an inferior state statute to deprive a person of a right that they're guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, your sheriffs are now performing an unconstitutional arrest. And when they take that individual and put them into a jail, that jail is now acting unlawfully and unconstitutionally because it derives from an unconstitutional arrest. Now there's a crime, Title 18, subsection 242. It's deprivation of rights under color of law. What that statute says is that any person who, under the color of any state statute, ordinance, custom, or regulation, deprives any person of any rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. There's a second crime called conspiracy to deprive rights, Title 18, subsection 241. What that states is that when two or more persons conspire for the purpose of depriving any person of any rights secured by the Constitution, commits that crime. Now, the law of criminal conspiracy with regard to public officials states that any person who, having knowledge of any of the wrongs conspired to be done, and who have the power to prevent or aid in the prevention of the commission of same, neglects or refuses to do so, may be joined in dispensing the action. So upon having been provided this notice that you are paying the sheriff's department to act unconstitutionally and that you're paying for a jail to house people unconstitutionally, I would ask you guys to please, let's stop, discontinue those unconstitutional acts, and let's direct them to act in a lawful manner. Now, I'm not saying that these people are good people. I'm not saying that they're lawful people, but I am saying that they're rightful people and their rights have clearly been abridged by the state of North Carolina by agents of yours. So let me be clear. I'm not trying to change the law. Rather, I'm pointing out what the law states, and that the way in which it's being enforced directly contradicts with what is specified. Therefore, I'm not trying to change the law. Rather, I'm asking that we uphold the law. If the law states that something will be done in a certain way, then we must follow that way. Laws do not change arbitrarily. That is tyranny. Constitutionalism demands that the laws evolve only through suffrage. Therefore, it's up to the people to decide whether or not the Constitution applies to them, and not a judge or a state. So I know that you're going to go and you're going to ask your city attorney right after we're done if this is true, if what he's saying is real. And before you choose to rely upon their advice, just understand that they're going to point you to a Supreme Court case from 1884 called Hurtado versus California. The Supreme Court of the United States has no constituted authority to alter, amend, or destroy the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution is the foundation, not a judgment ruling. God bless. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much. All right, next we'll move forward with our agenda. We're going to move to appointments. First up is the Building Development Commission. Reappointments are needed on the Building Development Commission for 2 3-year terms expiring July 31st, 2028. John Phillips and Jesse Sossaman are eligible for reappointment. Is there a motion to reappoint John Phillips and Jesse Sossaman?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any unreadiness? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Next, appointment is needed on the Building Development Commission to fill 1 3-year term expiring July 31st, 2028. National Association of Remodeling Industry slot. The National Association of the Remodeling Industry of Greater Charlotte recommends Mr. DeFabian.
So moved. Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to appoint Mr. DeFabian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next up, an appointment is needed on the Building Development Commission to fill 1 3-year term expiring July 31st, 2028. Charlotte Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Contractors Association slot.
So moved.
Charlotte Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Contractors Association recommends Mr. McClintock. Is there a motion to?
So moved. Second. Jam.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any in readiness? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Next up is the appointment to Mecklenburg EMS Joint Agency Board of Commissioners. A motion is needed to appoint Michael Slitz, Senior Vice President and Chief Clinical Officer, Novant Health, Charlotte Region, to the Mecklenburg EMS Joint Agency Board of Commissioners to fill the unexpired term of Saad Atisham, expiring December 31st, 2025, as a Novant representative.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any unreadiness? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Next, we'll move to Historic Landmarks Commission. Nominations or appointment is needed on the Historic Landmarks Commission to fill 1 3-year term expiring July 31st, 2028. The chair of the HLC recommends Jason Tapp or Matthew Browder. Is there a motion or any nominations?
So moved.
Commissioner Powell.
Motion to appoint Jason Tapp.
Okay, Jason Tapp was the recommended person.
Second.
Okay, it's been, I think let's see with any other nominations. So we've got Commissioner Leek, then Commissioner Griffin.
Destiny Crawford, District 2.
Destiny Crawford, District 2. Any other nominations?
I support Destiny Crawford.
Okay, but it's got to come back, right, Madam Clerk? Yes. All right, are there any other nominations before we close this out? Okay, so Madam Clerk, we've got Jason Tapp and Destiny Crawford. We'll take that up in September, right?
Okay, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, now we're at the point where you all have been waiting patiently, so thank you very much. At this point, we're going to move to the public hearing for projects for advancing vehicle infrastructure enhancements, PAVE Act. Need a motion to open the public hearing and receive comments from the public regarding the PAVE Act.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any unreadiness? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. We're going to open the public hearing. We have quite a few speakers. Remember, we've got 2 podiums. I'm going to call a group of speakers, so just see whatever podium's available or whatever side you're on, you can come and just wait. So I'm going to call this first group. First up, Actually, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you did give me, there is a change in the order due to a special accommodation. All right, the first group is going to be Cassidy Hooper, Robert Callender, Marlon Stover, and Joey Esquivel. And colleagues, just so you know, the order did change because of a special accommodation, and as they are making their way down, up next would be Jennifer Roberts, then John Autry, Clayton Seeley, James Hare, and Jerry Kingsley. Just, you're not coming as a group, it's individuals, but I just wanted to let you know where you are in the order. So again, the first group is making their way down, then it'll be Jennifer Roberts, John Autry, Clayton Seeley.
They're going to be right there.
Oh, I'm sorry, am I looking at the wrong list?
Oh, there's a mic up there. They're going to be up here.
Oh, they're going to be up there. That's perfect. Okay. Okay, I'll go back to Dr. Penn. Thank you for that.
You can call the first two.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll get them. We'll get them. I got a different list. Excuse us one second. So, Madam Clerk, I had a different list, so there were two people that I didn't have on this other list. So, I'll work on this one. So let's hear, we have a group up top. You get up to 10 minutes. And then we'll go with the order that I called, and then I'll reverse back. Cassidy Hooper.
Good evening, fellow citizens of Charlotte. My name is Cassidy Hooper. I'm a Charlotte native. I've been blind since birth. I'd like to start off by asking you to imagine something. Imagine not being able to drive, but having to go by the mercy of somebody else. My fellow citizens, it is important that this PAVE Act is put on the ballot in November for the following reasons. Number one, having microtransit for those people who are blind or visually impaired will create a sense of independence to be able to access the light rail. Currently, I use something called STS, which is a CATS-funded bus system for people with disabilities who don't usually use the county city buses. The problem is that a lot of times you can't really get home until 6:30, 7 o'clock. But if you were in that situation, wouldn't you want to be home in time to visit with your families a little bit before you had to get back in bed to get ready for work the next day? So I think that it would be more beneficial to have this on the ballot. Also, it creates more opportunities for the blind to be able to go to work. Where I work at Lion Services, and my fellow friends here work at Lion Services, we all take STS, some of us, but some people have to take other transportation. But even so, not everybody can get that same transportation if you're in Iredell County trying to get to Lion Services or Lake. It would be, Charlotte's growing. 16,000 people in Charlotte are blind. That's a big number. So I just think that having this microtransit would be beneficial. That way we don't have to sit in traffic when we can get to our doctor appointments in time, just like you.
Handy hat.
The microphone right in front of you.
Am I ready? Yep. Hello, everyone. Hold on a minute. I don't think I'm on the mic yet. There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Joey Esquivel, and I, like my friend Cassidy, am a Charlotte native and has been blind since birth. And I, too, use STS, which they do the best they can do, but it's a very overworked service. In the mornings, not so bad, but after getting off work at 4, I'm tired, my head is spinning, and I have 2 hours of sitting on a stiff board trying not to squish my coworker beside me and a bus that may or may not bounce like a basketball. And it's not fun. And like Cassidy said, we don't get home until 6:30, or 7 o'clock, which means we literally have to go right back to bed and right back to work. But if we had microtransit, which is last mile transit, it would take us from, it would take us from the Sugar Creek, or it would take us from our place to Sugar Creek Light Rail, and we can either get the light rail or go straight home, or if we wanted it to take 2 hours to get home because our senses are warped, we can actually go to like Midnight Diner or something, or go down to Trade and Tryon and listen to the fountain, all the while stimulating the economy of Mecklenburg County, because you think you're going to go to Midnight Diner and buy food? Nah. And also the traffic is straight up terrible, man. And we're not getting any better. So I urge you, our esteemed county commissioners, to put this on the ballot so that we can look past the days of 2 hours on stiff boards and sitting in traffic and actually enjoy our commute home for a change. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Fellow citizens, esteemed board, my name is Robert Callender Jr. I'm here on behalf of Alliance Services Incorporated. We're a nonprofit organization and military contractor. We are creating helmet harnesses, keeping helmets on the head of our armed forces, hydration packs, and other safety equipment, as well as exercise gear for the Army and Navy. I wanted to thank Commissioner Powell. I'm in your district, and I wanted to thank you for your compassion and effectiveness. I use microtransit. I catch a cab, which is the quick pick cab company provided by the MTS, Mecklenburg Transit System. They get me to the Alliance Services factory at about 6:45 in the morning. We clock in at 7:30, work full time, hundreds of blind people. I get in the cab again at 4 o'clock, get home in Cornelius just about 5. It's very smooth, it's very effective. The microtransit has allowed me to reestablish my independence, fund my household, support a family member, and helping the rest of my family, kind of helping us all be where we need to be. I've been blind since 2022. I'm 43 years old, working full time now. I use the roads of this county and the microtransit. And I'm here to advocate for increased funding. Very important, very important. And I'd like to thank you all for your attention, fellow citizens, esteemed board. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marlon Stover, also a native here in Charlotte. I'm a little older than some of these folks behind me. Go back a little farther than them. I've been legally blind for the majority of my adult life, relied on public transportation. I can go back to catching public transit on the square. When downtown Charlotte closed at 6 o'clock, if you can all imagine that. You know, also with catching transit in my earlier days with nowhere to catch it to, but Eastland Mall, Carolina Place, and that was even a 2-hour trip. Things have gotten a lot better since then for people with disabilities and vision impairment with catching public transit. But this is what we've been waiting for. This has been probably 4 or 5 years in the making of trying to get this put on. I myself, like a lot of my colleagues, like I say, this is what we've been waiting on. It's going to increase independence for us. It's going to open the doors for employment opportunities, opportunities to enjoy social and cultural experiences, just like everybody else in this community. I'm encouraging you all to really think about this and get this put on. We over halfway through this fight. They started building 485 when I was in high school. Wow. So I understand what 30-year plans are. You know, patience is something that I know I have. Being vision impaired, you have to. And you have to rely on other people to get you from point A to point B. I've seen the work that goes into this transit plan. I think Katz has done a wonderful job. You know, sat in with management and seen the hard work that's went into putting this plan together. It's all inclusive. You know, people grumble about this city being a major city, you know, for years and years. Well, this is your opportunity to advance mass transit, to make it all inclusive for everybody. You know, I not only advocate for people with disabilities, but like I say, as a native of this city, I've seen it grow, and I want it to be beneficial to everybody and grow to its fullest potential. Microtransit and rail has been a life changer for people with disabilities, especially vision impaired people like myself. Being able to travel independently is important to me. I want to be able to get out and experience everything that everybody else does in this city. I've been paying taxes around here a long time, and I want to be able to enjoy it just like everybody else. So please consider this. It's going to make a world of a difference for a lot of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let me get this order right. I missed two names, so let me recall this roster. First up should have been Dr. Blanche Penn. Dr. Penn, are you here? If you're here, make your way down. She is not here? She left? Okay. Then it'll be Braxton Winston, who's making his way down, and then Jennifer, you're up next. Jennifer Roberts. And after Jennifer, it'll be John Autry. After John, it'll be Clayton Seeley. And Mr. Winston, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, County Commissioners and Manager. My name is Braxton Winston. As you know, through your experiences in your positions, multiple things can be true at the same time. You're being asked to hold a referendum on whether or not to fund a plan that will increase revenue to invest in much-needed infrastructure. However, this tax does not promise to provide the solutions that we actually need to effectively move people into, and through Mecklenburg County. It is a tax with strings attached that will ultimately handcuff future generations from investing, just like we feel today as our community navigates the segregation created by transportation investments made by urban renewal policies of governing bodies generations ago. This is a maximum tax that promises minimal returns. The original reason to increase the sales tax rate by nearly 14% was to build what was supposed to be the foundation of a regional public transportation network. For more reasons than can be explained here, the City of Charlotte and the MTC failed to do the work to effectively create the regional buy-in for regional transit and transportation solutions. Because of this failure to do the important work of coalition building, we went to Raleigh in desperation, and we were handed an option that charges our people the most while giving them the bare minimum. Beyond the red line, there is no commitment to future rail development anywhere in the county. The investments in our bus system include no new lines. Benches and shelters are certainly great, but again, that is the bare minimum that we should expect out of a system in a community like ours. It leans on the unproven solution of a publicly funded rideshare option that relies on putting more cars on the road when the goal once was the opposite, to put less cars on the road. And at a time when it cost the government about $5 million per mile of sidewalk construction, the public money that is going to road projects will be difficult to create real, scalable, and noticeable change throughout our community. When this referendum fails, I hope you consider the quarter-cent sales tax that you have that has no strings attached to it to fully invest in transforming our bus system, to get the red line on the tracks, and to lead the important work that elected leaders must do to create a truly regional solution for the regional transportation and transit issues that we have. Thank you very much.
Good evening, friends and former colleagues, and great to see you in this role, Mr. Manager Tyrone. Great to see you. Great to see so many friends in the audience. Even though we're holding different signs, we're all still friends. So I'm a big supporter of public transportation. I'm a big supporter of transit. I have served on the MTC. I have served on the city. I have served on the county board. And I believe this is a regressive tax in a year when people are losing health care, they're losing food benefits, they're losing their jobs, and the pain is going to be felt by hourly workers. They're going to pay the majority, the bigger proportion of their incomes for this, and yet get the least out of the way this is structured now, because the buses get 20%, whereas the rail and the roads for the PAVE Act get 40%. Now, food is not taxed, but other things people buy every week, paper goods, clothing, school supplies, fast food, all that will be taxed. In fact, if you go to McDonald's and get a meal, your tax will be 9.25%. That's higher than New York City's sales tax. That's not to mention foods like soda and chocolate. Also, we got tariffs coming in. We know that inflation will hit many of those goods, so the 1% increase today is going to be even higher on the families like the women and the children we heard tonight who are struggling, who are having a hard time even keeping pace right now. We know wages have not kept pace with the cost of living, so $240 or $290 a year, I've seen different calculations, may seem like a rounding error if you've got a white-collar job. But if you're a struggling family, that is a huge increase. Remember, 400,000 people in our county, that's 1 out of 3, are on Medicaid. And that may be going away. Job growth, we just saw, despite the woman who got fired for saying this, but job growth is actually decreasing, and not especially in manufacturing. Corporations have been cutting back on donations. We know that the support for things like the Pride Parade, immigrant organizations, Black History events, et cetera, the list goes on and on because of DEI fears. We know that the support for Black and brown communities is decreasing already. We don't know what business bottom line is going to look like a year from now. How many of them have been supporting DEI policies? And finally, an increase in supply, buses coming with more frequency, that does not guarantee an increase in demand when you haven't met the other challenges that people face, like safety concerns and the ability of crosstown routes, et cetera. So there's no confidence that more people will ride. So there is a viable alternative, which Braxton just mentioned, the quarter-cent sales tax with no restrictions, no handcuffs. You have the authority. It has more flexibility. You could still do microtransit and build a better bus, and then work to find more creative, innovative, and inclusive ways to fund the rest of the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll have John Autry, Clayton Sealy, James Hare, Jerry Kingsley.
Good evening, wow, it looks different from over here, doesn't it? Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and I appreciate this opportunity to be with you. I recognize a lot of faces behind that desk, and I recognize a lot of faces up here in the House. So I want to talk about preemption of local authority, because as I remember the history over the last couple of years, we had a transportation plan. We had a transportation plan that we took to Raleigh to get the authority to put a referendum forward to pay for that transportation plan. But someone who didn't live in Mecklenburg County and wasn't going to be contributing to that tax base said an off comment about more roads, you need more roads. Well, frankly, our spending on roads is unsustainable and hardly worth it. So when it comes to the local authority that we elect you folks to serve under, is to create these plans and then make it to the public the case for why the plan should be supported. But I learned a long time ago too many lessons about preemption of local authority. For instance, I was part of the Citizens Committee that was redistricting the Board of County Commission in 2011. Whenever we had a plan that was approved, and in the 6.5 miles that took me to drive from the government center after we voted to approve it and get home with it, the next thing we knew was I had a call from a reporter from the Observer to want to know about why a representative was stripping the language out of a bill and redistricting the county commission of their own. So this Cotham bill is problematic in that you're having not just the ability for the legislature to reach down from Raleigh and affect the policy and overrun the policy that Mecklenburg's elected officials have put forward. You're not just letting them poke their nose under the tent, you're giving them a seat at the table by those two appointments from the Speaker of the House and the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And I can just tell you that from my experience from the last 8 years, if you approve the PAVE Act and put it forward, I hope you'll pardon this pun, it's not intentional, but down that road lies pain. Thank you.
Thank you. Clayton, I see you making your way. James Hare, Jerry Kingsley.
Good evening, Commissioners and fellow residents of Mecklenburg County. I'm Clayton Seeley, a Charlotte native. Tonight I find myself in an unusual position, at odds with some of the very people I've stood shoulder to shoulder with in the fight for a more equitable and accessible Charlotte. And honestly, I hope I see some of them at the tailgate on Friday. I'm here because I believe this moment calls for courage, not comfort. We cannot let perfect be the enemy of good, and we cannot afford to wait 5 or 10 or 15 more years hoping that the General Assembly might flip blue. We can't build a city on wishful thinking while gridlock threatens to delay all of our progress and choke us. Delaying action on transit doesn't hurt the wealthy, it hurts the working people who need options right now. Today, Charlotte's sales tax ranks 87th in the nation. If this passes, we'll move to 47th, tied with 16 other cities. This is not a radical leap, and it's not more than New York City, unlike what former mayor back there said. It's a necessary step towards the connected and sustainable future our region deserves. Now, I understand the concerns. I share many of the same as the former Mayor Pro Tem right up there. A regressive tax isn't ideal, and let's be honest, what we're building is a transit system 30 years too late. We're way behind the curve, but waiting for the perfect solution while the clock runs out on our infrastructure crisis, that's not leadership, that's surrender. So I want to be clear, I will vote for this referendum, I will promote it, and I will defend it. Not because it's everything we want, but because it's what we need to move forward. And I promise you this, if this passes, you will hear from me every single day. Until the dollars are spent wisely, the plan is rewritten with equity at its core, and every resident of Mecklenburg County sees themselves in this vision for transit. Let's act, then let's make it better together.
James, and then Jerry Kingsley.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Hold on one second, James. I don't want you to be distracted while you talk. There we go. All right, the floor
I wish
is
I had a
yours.
little dance for you all with that music there. I'm James Hare. It's an honor to be here. I've lived in Charlotte for about 7 years now, and just kind of wanted to share a little bit of my experience. When I first moved here, I came from a state where I lived most of my life with really very little access to transit or any walkable community. And moving to Charlotte was really an awakening for me as a young adult. Being able to live in South End and Uptown, where I had transit, miles of safe walking, biking, all at my doorstep. That was something new for me, and I had a car, but I didn't need to use it most days. This saved me time, money, and provided a newfound joy in just exploring my community and my city without stress. And that awakened in me kind of a passion for how effective urban planning can dramatically enrich lives. And there's countless studies that show that quality of life dramatically increases with these ingredients. And I want that possibility that I enjoyed when I lived in South End and Uptown to exist everywhere in Charlotte for all of my fellow Charlotteans. Sadly, for many in this city, as we all know, it's not safe or feasible, let alone convenient, to walk around to get to your essentials or to your employment, or bike, or take transit. So I think most Charlotteans across the spectrum would want our city to be one where that's possible for most of its citizens. Whether you yourself want to walk or take or transit or bike more often, or whether you'll simply benefit from less traffic on the roads, this plan accounts for it all. And as the previous speaker said, we really can't afford to do nothing with the rate that the city continues to grow. So please give Charlotte voters the chance to vote on this and express what I think most people in this community want in their day-to-day life. Please approve this transportation referendum, and together as a community, I'm sure that this can lay the foundation for a greater Charlotte for all who live or visit the city for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. As Jerry Kingsley is coming, let me announce the next group of speakers: Bill Staton, Carol Hardison, Mel Watt, and Malcolm Graham.
All right.
Yeah, hi, County Commissioners and fellow citizens. My name is Jerry Kingsley, and I'm here to ask you to vote yes to put the 1 cent sales tax referendum on the ballot for November's election. I'm a Mecklenburg County resident in District 4. I'm also representing the Sierra Club, where I chair the local Central Piedmont group, and at the state level, I serve as the vice chair for the North Carolina chapter of the Sierra Club. There are many reasons for placing this referendum on November's ballot. Chief among them is the need to allow the voters of Mecklenburg County to decide on the merits of this proposal for themselves. Without the ability to cast a vote on this important topic, we would be deciding no for these voters without giving them the opportunity to weigh in themselves. Now, while the constraints on how this money will be spent are not ideal, I would have preferred not to have 40% devoted to road improvements. That was a compromise with the North Carolina General Assembly, as we know, that enables us to at least consider putting this referendum on the ballot. Now, some of this road money can be allocated to necessary street improvements like crosswalks, bicycle infrastructure, sidewalk extensions, and repair. Yesterday morning, I personally stood in the rain for 10 or 20 minutes at my bus stop because there's no bench or shelter there. I got soaked. I sat and worked all day in wet clothes and soggy old sneakers. Now, I understand that some of this 20% that's going to be devoted to bus improvements will be used to add shelters and benches at potentially thousands of our bus stops. What a nice improvement that would be. To those that claim there's not enough of this tax revenue would benefit the disadvantaged of the lower income population, I would point out that in its current form, 60% of the funds, 40% for roads and 20% for buses, can indeed be allocated in such a way that it would provide maximum benefit across the entire county. This transit bill is good for Mecklenburg County, and it's good for our residents. And so again, I just urge you to please vote yes to allow this referendum to appear on the ballot in November, and let the voters decide to approve this additional sales tax for transportation improvements. Thank you very much.
After Bill, Carol Hardison.
Yeah. Thank you all. I'm Bill Staton. A couple of months ago, I lost a longtime friend on his bicycle. And that's tough. Got a lot of friends in Charlotte, Mecklenburg who love to get out and bike around, but it's dangerous. And getting this referendum done would go a long way to solving that problem and making it safer. A lot of places in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, it's not even safe to walk on the sidewalks. And this would go a long way to helping solve that problem. I think when people are given choices, a lot of people would prefer to walk or bicycle and get out of their cars, but they don't have their choice. But this is an opportunity to give them that choice. So I thank you all for letting that happen in the fall. And thank you for your service to our community. God bless.
After Carol Hardison, we'll have former Congressman Mel Watt. Then we'll have City Councilman Malcolm Graham and Eric Zaveri.
Good evening. My name is Carol Hardison. I'm a longtime social advocate for justice. When I started this, I didn't have to have readers to look at my notes. I'm also currently in the role as CEO at Crisis Assistance Ministry, where we greatly appreciate your partnership and support over the years. Today, 123 families came to Crisis Assistance Ministry seeking emergency financial assistance for rent or utilities. Another 85 families came and shopped in our free store for back-to-school clothes and clothes for work. Our data show that 30% of the people that come to Crisis Assistance Ministry depend on public transit. They depend on it to get to services, to jobs, to medical facilities. What we often see is they depend on it to go across town to help a family member who's ailing or help friends. It's the route to church. It's the route to their life. It is a lifeline. And obviously, I strongly support, not speaking on behalf of the agency, I strongly support any opportunity to increase access to public transit. We can't ignore growth. And I agree with others who have spoken. It's not perfect. But we cannot not do this. I greatly appreciate the conversation that has already occurred within your body and ask you to please put it on the ballot and let the citizens decide this fall.
Good evening. I'm Mel Watt. Speaking as an individual from this side of the dais is a little different, and so I'm certainly unaccustomed to it. But we're at a very critical turning point in our city and in our region. I want to go back to the summer of 1969, I'm sorry. I clerked for a law firm in Atlanta, Georgia. I'd narrowed my choices down to practicing law in Charlotte or Atlanta. And in 1969, there was a referendum on the ballot in Atlanta. It was a transportation referendum. And the referendum was defeated. It took them 15 to 20 years to get public transit and they had to turn to roads in the interim. And so I'm concerned that at this critical juncture in the city of Charlotte, we not make the same mistake that Atlanta made and lose 15, 20 years to improve our transportation system. I was involved heavily in the line from the south into Charlotte. I was involved heavily in the line from downtown to the university. I was involved heavily with the bridge over the Yadkin River on Interstate 85. I know how long it takes for transportation to play itself out. I expect that nothing or little, maybe nothing in this referendum will benefit me. But I love this city, I love this region, I grew up here, and I think it's time for us to make a courageous choice to become and accept the fact that we are a growing city and need improved transportation. So I encourage you to put this thing on, whatever it's called, on the ballot, and let us vote on it. And I expect to be out there making the case not to make the same mistake that Atlanta made 55 years ago.
Councilman Graham, before you start, let me call the next group of speakers. It'll be Councilman Graham, Eric Zavero, Larry Shaheen, and David Longo. Councilman.
Thank you, Commissioner Jarrell. When I came to Charlotte in '81, the square was where the corporate center sits today was the Burger King, the Eckers Drug Store, the pawn shop. There was no Panthers or Hornets. It was racing and wrestling. As a student at Smith, we called going to UNC Charlotte going to the country, and the city limits stopped at South Park Mall. No Ballantyne, no University City, Harris Boulevard, a two-lane highway. Today, Charlotte region is the home of almost 1.4 million individuals. 150 individuals every day come to this region looking for jobs, housing, and great public transportation to get back and forth to work. I'm here to respectfully request that you place a 1-cent sales tax referendum on the November ballot, giving voters the opportunity to decide on a dedicated funding source for critical transportation infrastructure in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. This is a defining moment for our community. With voter approval, this measure will represent a historic investment in the future of Charlotte region and demonstrate our ability to work across political boundaries for the good of the region. As one of the fastest growing regions in the United States, we will finally have the resources to invest in new road construction, expanded transit and rail services, and more importantly, a better bus system connecting citizens to jobs, housing, healthcare, recreation, and entertainment. As a former state senator, I know no legislation is perfect, and this plan is not perfect, and more work remains. I'm confident our community will rise to the occasion, but seize the opportunity to create a Charlotte-Mecklenburg that is better tomorrow than it is today. If approved by the voters, I look forward to working with Mecklenburg County to establish the 27-member governing authority. The authority must be diverse, include those who use the system, our riders, and lift up the community by creating jobs and connect opportunities for small and minority firms. It must also establish an anti-displacement policy with dedicated funding, ensuring residents and business owners are part of the change and not victims of it. In short, the city and the county must serve as the conscience of the authority, selecting members with care, holding its members accountable for producing the outcomes expected by our community. Our selection must be intentional and guided by this commitment. In closing, this referendum is more than transportation. It's about shaping our region, providing connectivity. I urge you to let the voters have their say, and I look forward to working together to deliver on the promise of this transformational investment and this tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Eric Zaverl, and I am the Urban Design Specialist with Sustain Charlotte. For 15 years, Sustain Charlotte has actively been working to increase mobility and transportation options in the county. And it's our long-term vision for a city and a region where transportation options reduce environmental impact, increase opportunities for all, and enhance the quality of life, as you've heard from folks tonight. I was a part of the Charlotte Moves Task Force. We studied how to solve this problem, how to make up for all the decades we didn't invest in other modes of transportation. This is it. It's that or property taxes. So the sales tax is the way through it. And tonight, your vote has the power to start moving things forward, to actually go beyond talking and planning and actually put things into action and make up for time. With the passage of the House Bill 948, the next step is yours, placing this regional transportation plan referendum on the November ballot and giving the county voters the right to decide whether this investment is something we all want to do together and move forward. And your vote tonight is not necessarily a vote for or against. It is a vote to let the public weigh in, a vote to trust our residents here that live with a choice. This plan would deliver a 50% increase in bus, nearly 43 miles of new rail connecting people to jobs and healthcare, education, and opportunity. The ultimate decision should rest with those people, and we ask that you please give them that opportunity. We urge you to vote tonight, yes, not just to support equity or sustainability or the regional mobility or all the other reasons you've heard so far, but to respect the democratic process. Let the people decide. And thank you for your time, your leadership in giving Mecklenburg County, hopefully, the opportunity to say yes for MEC in November. Thank you.
So we'll have Larry Shaheen, David Longo, Mayor Rusty Knox, and Robert McCutcheon. You have 3 minutes.
Will everyone who's here in support of Yes for MEC please stand?
Everyone who supports it, stand.
Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, my name is Larry Shaheen. I'm an attorney with the McIntosh Law Firm, and I have been blessed beyond belief to be a part of the implementation team that has helped pass the PAVE Act and bring it before you now. I have to tell you, I didn't know if this moment would ever come, that we would ever be before you with this opportunity. What you see before you is a group of committed Charlotteans and citizens of the county of Mecklenburg who know the historic nature of the vote before you tonight, and with any luck, the vote we will take in November. I need and I cannot express the amount of gratitude that I feel to this body, to the city of Charlotte, to the towns of Davidson, Huntersville, Cornelius, Mint Hill, Matthews, Pineville, all of whom came together to put this bill together. Yes, there were disagreements. Yes, there were compromises. Yes, there were things that we fought about, just like family. But what has happened time and time again has been the coming together of this community to understand that now is the moment. This diverse group you see before you understands that for us to take the next step for jobs and opportunity in our community, we must grow. We must invest in our community. And the data shows that if we pass this referendum, the return will be tenfold. That's not a guess. And we can't wait. We cannot wait for folks who would say, there is a better plan or there is a better funding source, because I can promise you, having spent 2.5 years on this process with all of these people who I don't agree with all the time, and they certainly don't agree with me all the time, but we're here together. This is the definition of coalition building. This is the definition of government. This is how we get things done. Mecklenburg County can't afford to wait. Our community can't afford to wait. Every day we wait in gridlock. We need these investments to be able to move our city in the direction that will make every citizen from every corner of this county have an opportunity to succeed and get where they need to go without having to wait. I urge you to put this on the ballot, and to everyone listening, please vote for this in November. Thank you.
And to think, I knew him when he was a little kid running through the grammar school that my kids went to. Chairman Jarrell, County Commissioners, thank you for your service to our community and your thoughtful consideration of this important ballot referendum. My name is David Longo, and I'm the founder, CEO, and chairman of CBI Workplace Solutions, and I'm also honored to serve as the chair of the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. Our business is located in Lower South End, and when I started my business in 1993, I can leave my office at 5:50 p.m. to make a 6 p.m. dinner in Uptown Charlotte. Yes, there was a couple restaurants back then, only a few. Traffic today, that's a 30-minute trip, if I'm lucky, at 5:50 p.m. Clearly, we're seeing the congestion grow, and we see the congestion that's facing this region, and I think we all agree that it must be addressed with urgency and vision. We're deeply grateful for the many public and private leaders in dedicated countless hours to getting to this point. It's taken courageous and collaborative leadership from our county, from our city, and from our town managers, and from all of you, along with critical support from our legislature and our governor. Because of these efforts, this council now has the opportunity to place this vital referendum, uplift micro-businesses, and are now focused on helping them scale and thrive. Anticipating the economic development that this transformative initiative will unlock, we've already begun conversations to partner with partners to ensure small business and disadvantaged businesses will profit and benefit from this. We believe the entire business community must align in an intentional way, ensuring that these businesses are not just included, but truly empowered to grow and succeed alongside the progress of that this initiative promises. Again, thank you for your careful consideration, and I ask that you vote to place this referendum on the ballot. Thank you.
We'll have Mayor Knox, Robert McCutcheon, J.G. Lockhart, and then Representative Mary Belk.
Manager Bryant, Chair Jarrell, Vice Chair Altman, and County Commissioners. I'm Rusty Knox. I'm the Mayor of Davison, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. I'm glad that Malcolm Graham spoke earlier, because when he brought up 1981, it reminded me, my Uncle Eddie was the mayor of Charlotte in 1981 when we got the first $400,000 to build the Charlotte Transit Center in downtown. So it's been a long journey in the Knox family for transit. I want to acknowledge that my town manager, Jamie Justice, is here. My Mayor Pro Tem, Autumn Ryerson Michael, is here. Commissioner Tracy Madison Brandon, Commissioner Ryan Fay, and Commissioner Steve Justice. We, along with 90% of the other elected officials in Mecklenburg County, have passed resolutions supporting the 1 cent sales tax for transportation. I'm not here solely to champion the long-promised rail line from Charlotte to North Mecklenburg, but to support a much greater vision for the future of our county. This transit investment is a pipeline for healthcare connectivity with Atrium and Novant. It will provide educational connectivity to Davison College, Johnson C. Smith University, Johnson & Wales University, Central Piedmont Community College, the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, and the new Wake Forest School of Medicine. This transit investment will provide employment opportunities to so many of our residents who not only choose to utilize public transportation, but have to use public transit as a means of travel around the county. This transit investment will provide a proven path forward in economic development, as we have already witnessed in both South End and the North Triangle corridors. This transit investment will connect the 6th busiest airport in the world with our communities, our businesses, and our institutions of higher learning. This transit investment will greatly enhance our bus ridership, which is and will always be the backbone of public transit. This transit investment will further expand our micro-transit system to more than 19 zones in the county. It has been very successful in Mecklenburg County. This transit investment will, in my opinion, change the way we move around. The roads portion of the transit investment will be, for many communities like Davidson, transformative. In the first year, Davidson will realize about $3.1 million. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have a $22 million budget, it's a game changer. The low-hanging fruit we have for local transit projects, you can't measure it. To bolster our Vision Zero program, to expand our sidewalks and our side paths, to be able to afford to take care of our town-owned roads in a timely manner means one thing: a better quality of life for my residents. I ask you to vote to add this in November ballot and let the voters decide. At the end of the day, that's what this transit investment is about, bringing a better quality of life to all of Mecklenburg County. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, and County Commissioners. I'm Robert McCutcheon, and as the CEO of the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, it's my pleasure to speak with all of you tonight on this truly historic evening. I'm relatively new to my role at the Alliance, but I'm proud to stand here before you, like so many of my Chamber and Alliance predecessors, and ask us to work together to create a better life for the citizens in the community throughout Mecklenburg County. Over the last 10 years since the release of the initial Chetty report, placing Charlotte dead last in economic mobility, your Alliance and business community have worked tirelessly to make our community one where everyone has opportunity to be successful, no matter where they're born or where they come from. I'm proud to say that the work done by you and all of us here in this community has resulted in improving results. But the truth is, we must continue to do better. Over the last 5 years, on survey after survey, we are told that structural issues with our infrastructure are keeping our community from enabling the opportunity that has come with the incredible economic success we've had. Long commute times, lack of access to equitable transit, and the need for more investments in our bus system have held back our community, much like being stuck in traffic. Tonight, you have the opportunity to allow the people of Mecklenburg County to break free of the congestion that has held us back and choose to take the next steps in investing in our own community. These investments will enable economic and social mobility in ways that will assist us in enabling greater economic mobility and access to jobs and opportunity. As David said, we at the Alliance stand ready to continue to assist in the job development and are ready to lead to make sure that those who have been disadvantaged and unable to access opportunity are lifted up and given the ability to compete for jobs and contracts. Our efforts at the Alliance to scale up entrepreneurs and provide jobs for everyone are showing great progress. And with your help and vote tonight, we can take the next step to help create a mobility plan that is truly equitable for all. I ask for your vote in support of placing the transit referendum on the ballot. Thank you, and I appreciate your time tonight.
Elected board members, my name is J.G. Lockhart. I stand before you today as a taxpaying citizen of Charlotte, which makes up 85% of Mecklenburg County residents and 85% of Mecklenburg County's tax base. Mecklenburg County has a population of 1.2 million residents. 1 million of those residents reside within Charlotte city limits. In effect, Charlotte, North Carolina is Mecklenburg County. With that knowledge, I ask each of you these questions as you ponder the decision to place a tax increase on the November ballot, which will generate $18 billion of tax revenue. Is this proposed tax increase fair to the citizens of Charlotte who will pay 85% or $15 billion of the $18 billion for a transit plan highlighted by a commuter rail that will benefit less than 1% of Charlotteans? Is it fair that Charlotteans have been underrepresented in the planning and voting via the Metropolitan Transit Commission and the Public Transit Advisory Commission on the 2030 Transit Plan? Is it fair to Charlotteans that although they make up 85% of Mecklenburg County residents and tax base, they have had a 12% say in the planning and voting on matters that concern the city-owned Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS? Is it fair to Charlotteans they will effectively pay more than $15 billion for a commuter rail that will serve less than 200,000 residents of Mecklenburg County who do not live in Charlotte? Why should Charlotteans pay $15 billion to fund a project that will, quote, connect the northern towns of Mecklenburg County and southern Iredell County to uptown Charlotte, end quote, as the plan is described? Many of the residents of Charlotte that I've spoken with have no idea this proposed plan was thought of, concocted, and pushed forward by a commission that only has one representative from Charlotte, or 12% of the voting rights for all of Charlotte's interests. The Metropolitan Transit Commission, in its current form, is a slap in the face of the hardworking people who actually live and work in the city limits of Charlotte. The 7 mayors of Mecklenburg County, which surround Charlotte and who make up this commission, should not have a majority say in how Charlotteans' tax dollars are spent for Charlotte Transit Solutions. If anything, these suburban mayors should have a 15% say, and Charlotte should have an 85% say in what happens for Charlotte's future. This transit plan in its current form does not address the many issues within Charlotte city limits for bus and rail, so why should Charlotteans fund the projects outside of its city limits that will not directly benefit Charlotteans? As a native Charlottean, I take offense this sham of a plan has gotten so far ahead in planning and implementation, and the good people of Charlotte are being baited by visions of sugar plums by this commission, who is supposed to have the entire county of Mecklenburg's best interests at the forefront, with Charlotte being 85% of those interests. Charlotte deserves to have her interests placed first in any planning and implementation of any transit plans for the region, and that has not happened with the current plan as it is. Charlotte deserves to have any commuter or light rail project to begin and end within Charlotte city limits if Charlotte has to bear the brunt of the cost. Hardworking Charlotteans who rely on public transit deserve to have a transportation system that works for them before constructing a system that works for a neighbor.
Next up will be Representative Mary Belt, Charisma Sutherland.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one second, Representative Belk. We're going to have Representative Belk, we'll have Charisma Sutherland, Mayor Woody Washam, and Councilman Driggs.
Okay, can I go?
Yes.
Sorry about that, jumping that gun. It is different from being here, talking to you all. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, everyone else who is here speaking this evening. My name is Mary Belk, and I have the honor of representing the people of District 88 in the North Carolina House of Representatives. I am a co-sponsor of House Bill 948, the PAVE Act, and I was proud to stand with my colleagues as Governor Josh Stein signed the bill into law on July 1st. I have lived in Mecklenburg County most of my life, graduating from Garinger High School, Central Piedmont, and UNC Charlotte. We've raised our 4 children here and are now taking great joy in seeing our granddaughter grow up here. I have watched our county grow into an economic juggernaut that attracts dozens of people daily. I take so much pride in our community as we have worked together to navigate that growth and to improve our neighborhoods. Through the years, we have been fortunate to have elected officials, business leaders, faith leaders, and neighborhood leaders with vision. We are a community committed to each other and determined to build a brighter future for generations to come. Tonight, you have an opportunity to take action that will move our community forward. Access to reliable transportation, whether that's a bus, a train, or microtransit, can be transformative for people, as you've heard here all this evening. It gives us new access to job opportunities, to healthcare services, and places of worship. Our community is stronger when more people have opportunity to improve their lives and those of their families. This is a chance to invest in our community, to invest in our future, to move us forward. I respectfully request that you bring the PAVE Act to the ballot in November. I'm confident that the people of Mecklenburg are ready to make that investment. Thank you so much for your time.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. We have Ms. Sutherland first, and then you. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Manager, Clerk, and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Charisma Sutherland, President of the Canopy Realtor Association. And I'm here on behalf of our members to urge your support for the transportation plan and its placement on the November ballot. Reliable transportation is still out of reach for many. This limits access to jobs, schools, health care, and affordable housing. A family should not have to choose between affordable rent and a 2-hour commute. With more than 130 people moving here daily, the pressure on our infrastructure is real. Our neighbors in York County have already seen the benefits of passing this measure with clear improvements. You can see driving from Mecklenburg County to South Carolina. At just a penny per dollar, this is a once-in-a-generation investment. This economic return, 10-to-1, is undeniable. The realtors in the community, we stand with you. We ask for your leadership and your support in moving this forward. Our city has a responsibility to ensure our transit decisions close gaps, not widen them. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and my own special representative here, Commissioner Powell. It's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Woody Washam, and I am a native of my hometown, Cornelius. It's a pleasure to serve in that capacity, and just want to tell you that this has been a long journey for us. It goes back about 5 years, and talk about persistence. I get accused of that, George and others up here, of appearing to you and being pretty persistent about things. But we had to stay persistent through this journey, and I'm glad we did. But I'm here as Mayor of Cornelius asking you to please place this on the ballot. Our community is, without a question, choked with congestion, and our businesses and communities are suffering. If you've ridden through my town, you know that. The balance struck in this bill and plan allowing the town of Cornelius to receive approximately $5.75 million in the first year of this tax is transformational, without a question. It'll help our road system finally get to a decent place that we can get around through the gridlock. And it'll also give our community, through the PAVE Act, a way for safer, faster, and more reliable travel times, which is truly important to us. In addition, the building of the Red Line, the Silver Line, the Gold Line fulfills the promises made to the community almost 30 years ago as far as the build-out of the transit system is concerned. Microtransit has been working extremely well in North Mecklenburg, as we've heard tonight, particularly from one of my good citizens. That warmed my heart to hear him speak tonight. And the promises of better bus services will help individuals who need service throughout the community. Our community, without a question, has united around this initiative, and we ask you to please step up and vote for this referendum tonight. The mayors of this county have worked for the most part hand in hand, and we have a good system and a good agreement for you to consider. And I hope you'll take us this next very important step of the journey. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be with you.
Next up, we'll have Councilman Driggs, then Charles DeLoach.
Wow. Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ed Driggs. I'm the District 7 member of Charlotte City Council, and I chair the Council's Transportation Planning and Development Committee. We have come a long, long way to get to where we are tonight. I think all of you recall, you can go back to 1998, the original sales tax for transit, the creation of the MTC, the 2030 plan, the Blue Line, the engagement with the northern towns over the Red Line. And I want to emphasize Charlotte spent $74 million to buy that Red Line corridor so that we could be here tonight. It couldn't have happened without that commitment by us and the conviction that we had to do that. The subject has come up of the General Assembly imposing or at least objecting to a proposed allocation of funds. And the only thing I want to say about that is I personally don't think it's a bad thing. And I say that because this is not Manhattan. We cannot meet the mobility needs of a city that has the population density that Charlotte does solely with public transportation. Whether we like it or not, there will be a continued reliance on cars. And the goal of this plan is to achieve balance, to make investments in all of the forms of mobility so that people in cars get relief from less traffic and other people who don't have cars have a means of getting where they want to go. So I want to note, the MTC member community, managers, staff, engineers, advisors, and elected officials worked hard over a period of many months to reach agreement on draft legislation that would allocate up to 40% of tax proceeds to rail, 20% to bus, and 40% to road projects. The draft also called for the creation of a transit authority, and notably, and I want to emphasize this, it included a commitment by Charlotte and Mecklenburg County to solve the problem of orphan roads in the ETJ, which has vexed all of us. The draft was approved by the vast majority of elected officials representing all of the MTC member communities except Matthews, which was disappointed that funding would not be sufficient to build the Silver Line past Bojangles. This summer, the General Assembly approved HB 948, the PAVE bill, by bipartisan votes of both chambers, totaling 140 votes in favor and only 8 against. Bipartisan, everybody. As approved, the law is substantially the same as Mecklenburg leaders had proposed. This is Mecklenburg's plan, not the General Assembly's. And votes in favor included every member of the Mecklenburg delegation. Why am I telling you all of this? Because I want to remind you of this long road we have traveled, the huge investment we have made to get to this critical moment in our county's history. It would be a shame if we came this far and didn't give Mecklenburg County voters the chance to decide on the tax. If we don't continue along the path we are on now, it will take years to get back to where we are, and inflation will reduce the number of projects we can afford.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, thank you.
Before you start, Mr. Deloach, after Charles Deloach, I will turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Altman to go through the next group of speakers.
All right, Mr. Deloach, before you begin, next up will be James Lee, Alan Dargins, Shobita Shurish, and Mayor Brad Simmons.
All right, thank you and good evening, all. My name is Charles Deloach, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favor of the PAVE Act this evening. I have a lot of friends in this room who disagree with me about this, and I hear a lot of great points. I have complaints about this bill as well. But there's a simple point that I have not heard addressed, which is that the roughly $18 billion that this is predicted to raise is over the course of 30 years. This isn't a tax that we'd raise all this money in a single year and spend it and it would be gone. From my friends who disagree with this measure, I have not heard a single one say that the 1 cent sales tax is too much money. It's just that the money is not being spent the way they would like to see. And to a degree, I agree. I think it would be better for us to invest more in public transportation. But we all know that the General Assembly is not going to give us that opportunity if we vote no on this bill. We would have to wait for Democrats to retake majority, which at the very earliest is 2030, if we are extremely lucky, right? If that were to happen, and we were to pass this bill,
then we could amend it to allow for lower public transportation with 25 years of revenue raising still to go. We would have the ability to make those changes after having made the down payment to start this construction, because we all know construction takes forever. As soon as we start spending money to lay down tracks, to get more people hired, to buy new buses, that is not a snap your finger things either. This is going to take years. And it can be made better over time as we push the General Assembly and as we make smart investments as a community. So I urge you to vote in favor, to give us the opportunity to vote yes. This is not a final say. This is a first step, and we can make this community better. Thank you.
All right, James Lee, maybe he's outside. I saw, oh, there he is. There he is. Sorry. And Mr. Alan Dargins, if you want to go ahead and come down on this side.
I want to talk about the cold, wet feet people today. Cold, wet feet people. There's the guy up there, he talked about that too. I ride a bike every day, so of course I couldn't ride my bike in the rain, but I had to take transit. So right now my feet are cold and wet from doing the work that I do in the community. So again, I want to talk about the cold, wet people, cold, wet feet people. I also want to address this to Robert McCutcheon, Michael Smith at the Center City Partners, and the folks who are going to be making this decision. I think that I don't mind hitting my pocket for this tax because I'm a taxpayer in Mecklenburg County. But I think it's important to show aesthetics that everybody's in this to win, right? I can't wait to get home to take a shower and get my feet warm because I've been wearing these cold, wet shoes all day. Just some folks that's been in the same situation in the city, got cold, wet feet. So this isn't a perfect plan like everybody said, but you need to have folks like me in the authority that's able to disseminate this information to folks that are going to be affected by the decision that you're going to make tonight. This is a pivotal moment in this community's history. There's been many pivotal moments in this community's history, one being when Mayor Brookshire in the 60s had to make a decision about what kind of city we were going to be. We were going to be a racist city, or we're going to be a city that tried to work together, right? So my mentor, Jim Polk, out of Greertown, he was part of that conversation to try to make sure that the conversation included everybody, right? Everybody needs to be here talking about this. So y'all know this is what I do. This is what I've been doing since my addiction ended. This is what I do. I talk before you guys, and I'm in spaces where I shouldn't be. If you looked at me years ago, I shouldn't have been somebody from the woods and on addiction in a space where I'm making change in the city, and the city that I love. I love Charlotte. I could have lived anywhere in the world after my military service, but I decided to come back home to see what I could do to make things better for not only for my family, but for other people too. So I'm in this to win it. I'm advocating to be on that authority because you need to have people like me on this authority. Not only here in Charlotte, but in these other towns too, to help you to make this a better plan. Because yeah, I'm going against some people who I love and respect. You know, I'm going to be hearing it from them, but this is too pivotal of a moment for me to be quiet. Because we're talking about what's going to happen in the future for Mecklenburg County. So thank you for your time.
And Shobita Shurish, if you can go ahead and come on down to this side. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Manager and Madam Clerk, and all the other county commissioners. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Alan Dargins, and I am the Chair for Government Affairs for Canopy Realtors Association. For those of you who don't know, Canopy Realtor Association consists of more than 14,000 realtors who service our community. But more importantly, I am a native of Charlotte, North Carolina. Born and raised, won't tell you my age, but I went when there were only 12 high schools, and now there are 35. So that tells you something. I went to the prestigious Olympic High School, although I lived in Dalton Village, Reed Park area, and it took 45 minutes to go 6.5 miles. So transportation was a problem then, and what we're trying to do is be proactive and not reactive to keep the same things from happening now. I live in the North Charlotte side of town, up by Mount Holly, Huntersville. When I first moved up there 25 years ago, it took me 12 minutes to get here. That commute now is 25 to 35 minutes with bumper-to-bumper traffic coming down Brookshire Freeway. We have to be proactive in this. It's conducive to our children. It's conducive. I'm on the other side. I'll be in a home sooner than later. But I want my children to be able to come see me in a timely manner. And bring me Sunday dinner after church if I have to watch it on Zoom. So I implore you, I think the bigger thing is that we put this referendum on the ballot and then we educate our communities. Educate the people who are saying no. Find out why they're saying no and educate them that this is so important to our way of life. We do not want to be Atlanta. Atlanta is a thriving city. However, the first thing you say about Atlanta is the traffic. We don't want Charlotte to be that. We want Charlotte to be Charlotte. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shobita Shurish and Mayor Brad Simmons.
Hello, my name is Shobita Suresh, and I live in South End Charlotte. I'm a Sustain Charlotte ambassador and a young MECDEM, and I'm a big environmental advocate. I've always loved the quote, "An advanced city is not one where the poor have cars, but rather where even the rich use public transport." This transit tax brings us closer to that vision by funding a system that's frequent, reliable, and accessible for everyone. As I mentioned, I live in South End. It's one of the most walkable, rail-accessible neighborhoods in all of Charlotte. I love being just minutes away from the light rail and being able to get to work or the grocery store without needing to drive. But this kind of access shouldn't be a luxury. It should be the standard. We need to make it a priority in all of Charlotte's neighborhoods. As someone who works in sustainability, I know transportation is one of the biggest opportunities we have to lower emissions and improve quality of life. But that only happens if there are real alternatives to driving. Now, 40% of the revenue is allocated towards road projects, but I urge you to ensure that this funding supports people-first infrastructure, safer, more walkable streets, protected bike lanes, and complete streets that serves people, not cars. This is their chance to build a greener Charlotte, a more equitable and connected Charlotte, and most importantly, to let voters decide our future. So thank you, and vote yes for MEC.
Tanya Jameson, you are up next. Please proceed, Mr. Mayor.
Good, thank you. First, I'd like to thank Chairman Jarrell, Vice Chairman Altman, and the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners, especially our representative, Rodriguez McDowell from District 6. Thank you for allowing the Mecklenburg County residents to weigh in on this important decision on this historic referendum. As the mayor of town of Mint Hill, I could stand here all night and tell you what it means for us. But what we currently have is a carpool system to get down to this meeting this evening, okay? So we know that there needs to be improvements made county-wide, and that's why we're here tonight, supporting the other moves that are going to be made in the county. It's going to have a huge impact on the way traffic flows, improvements, intersection safety, and pedestrian facilities. Although many of the components of this plan do not directly impact Mint Hill, this referendum has impacts that reach beyond the borders of our town and could ultimately change the way residents and visitors travel throughout Mecklenburg County. The mobility improvements to our roads, rail, and bus systems would expand the way we all access business, service, and entertainment throughout the county. With Mecklenburg County currently in need of nearly $12 billion in infrastructure improvements,
This plan has components that will solve congestion issues and relieve pressure from continued growth. This plan serves as a collective solution for our entire community and on investment in the network that serves all of us. Again, I appreciate you taking the time to hear from me this evening, and I respectfully urge you to offer the same to our constituents. Please let the residents of Mecklenburg County have their voices heard on this crucial issue by placing the transit referendum on the ballot for their vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. Sherry Chisholm, you're next right here. And Ms. Jameson, you're up.
All right, thank you. Good evening, County Commissioners. My name is Tanya Jameson. I am the Director of Civic Advancement at Leading on Opportunity. Last November, I stood before you all asking you to support efforts to ease congestion on I-77 South. I return tonight to ask you to support again, this time to give voters the chance to shape the future of transportation in Mecklenburg County. Alongside our Director, Sherry Chisholm, I urge you to put the transportation referendum on the November ballot and let the people decide. Transportation has long been identified as a barrier to economic mobility for low-income families in our county. We're talking about some of the people who are living on Arrowwood and Nations Ford, the people in Pottstown, some of them, and many of the other communities where opportunity is out of reach because transportation is. I moved to Charlotte in the 90s when you could drive from one side of the city to the other in 15 minutes. I'm a long-time East Sider, first living at Margaret Wallace in Idlewild. Now I live off of Central Avenue, and I can barely get down Central Avenue in 15 minutes to get to Plaza Midwood, unless I ride my bicycle. So what changed? We grew every day. 140 people moved to this region. Most of them settle in Charlotte. Why? Because we've become more than a banking town. We're a vibrant, growing city with jobs, culture, and thriving neighborhoods. But our infrastructure hasn't kept up, and we feel it every day. That's why our government leaders have been pushing for this referendum and creating plans to improve infrastructure. Tonight's vote is a result of decades of planning, studies, meetings, focus groups dating back to the 90s. Neither putting the referendum on the ballot tonight nor passing it in November will be the end. This is just the beginning of building a region where the travel is reliable and predictable, where single mothers who we know benefit the most from public transit can get to work and take their kids to school of their choice, where families can access opportunity, more opportunity, not less. A report from 2020 by the American Public Transportation Association found that every $1 billion invested in transit generates $5 billion in gross domestic product and nearly 50,000 jobs. Every municipality in this county is already making plans on how they're going to put these dollars to work. At Leading on Opportunity, we have been advocating for years, from rerouting buses to expanding access. But these have been small tweaks. This referendum is our chance to make a big leap for everyone. Yes, it's bold. Yes, there will be lumps, but we can't afford to do nothing. We can't stop growth, nor would we want to, but we must take action to make sure it's done equitably. So please vote yes and let the people decide. Thank you.
Tony Long, you're up after our next speaker.
Good evening, County Commissioners, Manager Bryant. My name is Sherry Chisholm, and I'm the Executive Director of Leading on Opportunity. I moved to Charlotte 5 years ago with my husband, and we prepared to welcome our first child. We came here full of hope, ready to raise our daughter in a city that would see her brilliance and help it bloom. I want that for every child growing up in Mecklenburg County. Before Charlotte, I lived and worked in Atlanta for 10 years. I love that city. But I knew it wasn't where I wanted to raise a family. The traffic was exhausting. At one point, my headquarters moved, and I did too, because our new location would require a 3-hour commute round trip. Charlotte traffic is bad, but it's not Atlanta bad yet. Right now, I can leave our home in the university area, drop our daughter off at a childcare center in East Charlotte, and make it to work in Plaza Midwood in under an hour. That's quality of life. That's the kind of daily freedom I want for everyone in this community, because it matters. It's not just about convenience, it's about opportunity. In a study in 2018, economist Dr. Raj Chetty found that commute times were one of the strongest predictors of upward mobility. Children who grew up in neighborhoods with shorter average commutes were more likely to earn family-sustaining wages as adults. That's why I do this work. That's why Leading on Opportunity exists, and that's why I'm here tonight. Over the past several weeks, you've heard lots of arguments against putting a transit referendum on the ballot. I want to share a few reasons to say yes and examples of what's possible. In Minneapolis, a pilot program gave students free bus and light rail passes and saw a 23% drop in absenteeism. Imagine what that could mean for CMS students trying to reach high-performing schools. A New York study found that areas where better public transit access had lower unemployment. Think about our disconnected youth and how better transit could connect them to job training and career pathways. In Indianapolis, research showed expanding public transit would especially help lower-income residents, giving them access to the city's highest-paying jobs. Here in Mecklenburg, those jobs are scattered throughout the county. Without better transit, too many people are cut off from opportunity. This is a new and important moment, and you sit at the dais. Tonight, I ask you to give the people of Mecklenburg County the right to choose. Let voters decide whether they want to invest just a little more at the register to build a region where their children and their children's children thrive, where we can continue improving. As you know, we are 38th in economic mobility, and guess who's last? Atlanta. Please vote yes to put the transportation referendum on the ballot this November. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Long is next, and next will be Nichelle Dunlap Thompson. You can come on down.
Good evening, Board and Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity to address you tonight. Lived in Mecklenburg County 61 years, and as I'm standing listening to the young lady previous, was struck by how blessed I am to have this opportunity. And a story came to my mind most of the time when I'm addressing someone. It's about a story. In 1990, I was working with International House, and we were bringing Russians to America to let them see our system. Traveling from Charlotte to Charleston with a Russian guy who had never been in the U.S., he said, "Why are you only taking me on good roads?" I said, "Sir, I'm taking you on the interstate. You wanted to see the Atlantic Ocean." He said, "I think you're hiding from me." My point is, this is how we do things in this country, and we're blessed by being born here, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. And what is our greatest calling as an elected official? It's a voice for others. They have put us in these positions. Or could it be having a vision for the next generation, as one of the previous speakers spoke of? Because I'm further on in life. This is about the young people, the next generations, people that are moving here. It's not about me. I think it's positive this goes on the ballot. I do endorse your action to place this on the ballot as a funding source. As a commissioner, the one thing I've heard is everyone, even the ones that move here, are the loudest at complaining about transportation. So hopefully this will help. And when you place decision-making in the public's hand, they usually make the right decision as they're informed, as the gentleman spoke earlier. This body has the vision, or else we wouldn't be having 130 to 150 people a day moving here. Thank you for this opportunity.
Commissioner Mark Tofano, you are on deck.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, tiers of leadership. I am Evangelist Nichelle Dunlap Thompson, and my position has been recorded as in favor of this 1% sales tax, but I stand before you this evening to assure you that favor comes with contingencies. As an advocate for the working class in my community, projects of this sort often have a one-sided benefit, and my side, the black side, is the one left outside. Thus, the duality of my dilemma. As a labor advocate, I hold a deep understanding and interest in the hundreds of jobs these projects from the 1% sales tax increase will create. As a committee member and former CATS employee, it warms my heart to witness the growth of a system, I committed endless hours to ensuring it runs properly and efficiently. As a community advocate for the underserved and underrepresented, I am terrified when I think of what will happen to those on the West Boulevard corridor or even down in the Steel Creek area. How will this project benefit every taxpayer? These are our dollars.
Claim, but I believe it to be true. I am the only elected official in all of Mecklenburg County that's in an unbiased way, one without cloaking partial truths or partial facts in a cover of a personal venue. I am going to allow the people of Matthews to have all the facts, both sides, for and against this referendum, to allow them to make an informed and intelligent decision. So I thank you very much for your time, and I wish the very best for all of you as you work through this process. All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Keith Cockrell, you are on deck.
Good evening, Commissioners. On the edge of my beloved Enderley Park neighborhood at the intersection of Glenwood Drive and Interstate 85 is an Econo Lodge motel that for years has been like the final stop before the unfortunate choice of the shelter or the street. And next to it is a convenience store with a hot foods counter, fried chicken, French fries, other things. Those businesses complement one another in their services to some of the poorest residents of our community: day laborers, CNAs, school custodians, and their children. Several thousand people in our county are just barely hanging on in this way. They cannot afford yet another raise in their expenses, especially for marginal improvements in already meager services. Neither their rent or their daily bread will be spared from this tax. Across from the Econo Lodge on Pritchard Drive are dozens of residences, young families, older black homeowners, a handful of newcomers. Of late, those residents have watched their tax bills go up, a school bond, a rise in city taxes and fees increased, and by way of the 2023 property tax revaluation, the disproportionate shifting of the property tax burden from South Park and areas like it towards long disinvested areas like Enderley Park. The squeeze is on, and a regressive tax furthers the challenges that these neighbors face while failing to transform their neighborhoods or their place within the city. In 1868, a black minister and a white minister, forebears in my vocation and in my faith, were the primary authors of North Carolina's new Constitution. In Article 1 of it, they riff on Thomas Jefferson, saying that all persons are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, the enjoyment of the fruits of their own labor, and the pursuit of happiness. Their immediate meaning in that context, post-slavery and at the beginning of Reconstruction, was clear. But the trajectory of their words continues rightly into our moment in history. I hear in it, in this matter, as an important corrective. The people of Mecklenburg County deserve with the fruits of their labor better than the false choice presented tonight, the status quo on one hand, or a deeply flawed plan on the other. I urge you to vote no on this transportation tax.
Reverend Dr. Janet Garner-Mullins, you are up, or on deck, I should say.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, and to all the commissioners. Thank you for your service and your commitment to this community that we love. I am Keith Cockrell, President of Bank of America here in Charlotte, and former chair of the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. As a major employer in this region, I thank you for the opportunity to share some perspectives regarding the proposed transportation plan. This plan provides historic investments in roads, rail, and bus service to enhance the quality of life for our employees and neighbors across this region. It's a regional plan providing employees
economical choices. Giving employees the choice on where to live, work, educate their children, access to health care, gives them all the opportunity to reduce travel time to and from work, school, and faster first responder times when necessary. Not to mention low-cost opportunities to access the wonderful arts, cultural, and entertainment options that makes us uniquely Charlotte. I would suggest that this plan is a key enabler to ensure all of our friends and neighbors have the ability to live, work, raise a family in this rapidly growing community. The plan provides current and future employees with options on where to live, managing the rising cost of housing, parking, food. The plan will enable our communities to be more accessible, walkable, safer for drivers, commuters, riders, walkers, and bikers. Simply stated, the plan will make us more competitive, enabling me and other business leaders across this region to attract the very best workers, whether they're here in Charlotte, across this region, or across this country, quite frankly, to continue to build on economic opportunity for all. We are here today because elected officials and business leaders who preceded us had the courage and the vision that we could do something better, bigger in this town we call Charlotte. Today, we have a choice to maintain our competitiveness and the quality of life that makes us Charlotte, for our employees to continue their growth and prosperity for all. Thank you again for allowing me to provide this information. I appreciate your service.
On deck is Juan Contreras Juarez.
Good evening, commissioners and all persons on the dais. I am the Reverend Dr. Janet Garner Mullins, a proud native of historic Second Ward, Brooklyn and New Haven community. I'm here today representing the Brooklyn Coalition, and I also stand in solidarity with the Charlotte Community Benefits Coalition. We are here not just to oppose a proposed 1% sales tax. We're here to challenge a pattern where marginalized communities are asked to bear the cost of development while the benefits rarely ever reach our doorsteps. Sales tax are regressive. They disproportionately impact low-income families, many of whom are Black and brown and working-class residents who have already been excluded from prosperity promised some time ago by development projects. This isn't just about cents on the dollar, it's about justice. It's about whether our city and county choose to perpetuate inequity or confront it. The choice is yours. We're especially concerned about the looming threat of displacement and the use of eminent domain. These tools have historically been used to erase communities like ours. The scars of urban renewal still run deep in Charlotte. We cannot allow history to continuously repeat itself under the guise of progress. We call on this commission to center equity in every decision. That means community benefits agreements that guarantee reinvestment in impacted neighborhoods, targeted exemptions for essential goods and services to shield vulnerable families, affordable housing protections that prevent displacement and promote stability, transparent and accountable processes for land acquisition with community oversight. True progress uplifts, it does not uproot. We ask you to stand with us, not just in words, but in action. Let this be a moment where Charlotte and Mecklenburg County show that have justice over convenience, equity over expediency, and community over commerce. Commissioners, don't just be an echo, but be a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez. And Representative Becky Carney, you are on deck.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Juan Contreras Juarez. I live on the east side of Charlotte. I'm a rider of the bus, the rail, and I'm even a bike commuter when our humidity is not 100%. I'm simply here tonight as a neighbor. I'm here as someone who understands what it means when your ability to move depends on a system that does not always show up for you. I've been a member of the Cold Wet Feet Committee as well. On the east side, we have some of the hardest working families in Charlotte. People who open restaurants, care for elders, clean our buildings, and support our city from the early morning to late at night. But the transit system does not always reflect their schedules or their realities. Buses are too infrequent. Connections take far too long. Many people, among myself, walk along roads with no sidewalks and wait at stops with no shelters. And when service breaks down, everything breaks down. Work, childcare, appointments, and our peace of mind. I serve on the PTAC as well because I want to bring those voices to the room. But tonight, I want you to hear it just directly. The transportation plan that you are contemplating would help fix what has been broken for far too long. It would bring more service, more safety, and more connection to areas like the East Side that have waited patiently and spoken up for years. This is not just about convenience. This is also about access to opportunity. This is about being seen. This is about making sure that people across Charlotte can move safely, affordably, and with dignity. The people deserve the right to vote on that future themselves, and you have the power to make that possible tonight. I ask that you please place the plan on the November ballot. Thank you.
David Howard, you are on deck.
Am I on deck?
Ready to go.
Thank you. I had a prepared speech, but I'm going to speak to you tonight from my heart. I've got laryngitis, and I could have stayed away tonight and pleaded I can't talk, but I had to come because I'm reminded tonight of this point in time for me in this chamber. I've come full circle from your seat, and I was elected to the county commission in 1926, and I served 3 terms. I've since then been in Raleigh for the last 22 years serving this community. I love it. I love the people here, all the people. I served as an at-large commissioner. So tonight, for me, full circle was sitting there. Tonight, I've been listening, sitting for 3 hours, but listening to and should be, but I've done what you've done, listened to the people. But I was sitting there listening and knowing that the people that are speaking tonight, both sides, what they do deserve is an opportunity to express their views through voting. They can't do that without the referendum being on the ballot. But when it was first put out here in this community that I had the same charge as you to put the referendum out there, that was in 1998 that we passed it. In that ask for the MOU, it was to go to Raleigh and ask them, 20 years from 1998, 10 years from then, to develop and appoint and give us a regional authority. 10 years, so here we are, almost 30 years later. Did I step up in Raleigh and say, yes, I will vote to put the referendum on the ballot for the people? Because I've been waiting 30 years for us to get that regional authority, the governing authority. And I'm saying that that is what the people wanted then, and they want it now, and they want the chance to vote. To the chairman and to the vice chairman and the distinguished county commissioners, some I've just known forever since my day in this arena of politics. I know it's a hard choice for you, but you're listening to the people tonight. I know you've been educated. I know you know the facts. And I know that your decision will come from what you think as leaders that people in this community elected you to do. I know I've done that. And of course, I hope that your decision is to put the referendum on the ballot and let the people speak. Thank you.
Doug Hicks, you are on deck.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the Commission. I am David Howard. I'm a former Charlotte City Council member, and I too, like Representative Carley, have sat where you sat, or you're sitting, and I know how tough this is. But let me tell you a little bit about me. As a child, I rode the number 16 bus to school in the morning because my mom had to be at work early, and she determined that she wanted to give me and my sister a Christian education, so the only way that we can make that work is public transportation. And for many in our community, it's still the only way they access opportunity. Since then, I've had the privilege of shaping transportation policy at every level of government, from chairing the Planning Commission. By the way, I was a commission appointee. I was on the City Council, and I actually chaired the Transportation and Planning Committee. I've led federal policy at the federal highway level, and I've run statewide strategy at NCDOT. And I can tell you one thing for sure. This moment in this community is rare. It's rare to have strong state legislative support behind any major Charlotte transportation initiative. It's rare to have such a strong coalition of city, county, towns, and business all working together. It's rare to have a chance to act before we fall further behind. We are not debating where the growth is coming, it's already here. I live in Steel Creek, and I see it every day. I-77 is jammed from morning to night now. This region is in motion, and if we don't act, we're risking being paralyzed by our own success. Doing nothing is not an option. It is a decision, but I would say it's the wrong decision. This isn't about perfection, it's about progress. It's about building trust while building a system. It's about placing community voices at the center of the conversation around equity, affordability, economic and workforce inclusion, and displacement, something we've heard over and over tonight. And it's about finally creating a network that serves all of Mecklenburg County, that is the north, the south, the east, and the west, with a full system approach that includes roads, buses, sidewalks, trails, rails, as well as technology we don't even know about yet. Transportation is about how we connect people to healthcare, schools, and each other. It's how we build, and if we build it, it works for everyone, not just a few. So tonight I urge you to place this referendum on the ballot. Let the voters choose whether to keep pace with growth or fall behind. Let's move forward together. Thank you.
All right, after Doug Hicks, we will have Amantha Barbie.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Powell, and fellow commissioners, thank you for listening to all of us tonight. And there are a lot of us. I'm Doug Hicks, president of Davidson College and resident of Davidson. I'm here to speak in favor of putting the referendum on the ballot in November to let the citizens decide. At Davidson College, we are educators. We have 2,000 students from all over the country and all over the world. About half of them have cars and half of them do not have cars. They want to access all of of Mecklenburg and the Charlotte area. They want to have access to internships and jobs. They want to learn from the other great institutions of higher ed in the area. We're also an employer. We employ 1,000 people. We employ people from across the region, and we have 1,000 good jobs on campus. We want people across the region to have access and opportunity via those jobs. And we're a neighbor. Our students perform 75,000 hours a year of free public service, and they do it some in the town of Davidson, in Cornelius and Huntersville, and they do it across the region, and they need access to be able to serve as neighbors. We also are grateful to welcome the community, and we offer arts programs, lectures, and athletic events. You may know one of our alumni as a well-known basketball athlete. And most of those activities are free for the community, and we want to welcome more people to Davidson from across Charlotte-Mecklenburg. Of course, we have to pay for public benefits, and that's what the tax is about. We need infrastructure. We need the public options of rail, bus, and microtransit. And let's be realistic, we also need more roads. And this proposal would allow us to do all of those things, and as others have said, not to be Atlanta, from which I came 4 years ago. Transportation serves most those without wheels, those without their own transportation. We've heard about disabled persons and lower income people who need access to transportation. I'd like to add students from across the socioeconomic spectrum without access. We are the opposite of regressive in what this bill would provide, because it would benefit everyone, but it would benefit those without access to transportation the most. I want to thank you and ask you to support the referendum. Thanks.
Sam Spencer, you're on deck.
Good evening, County Commissioners. It is certainly good to see you this evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Reverend Dr. Amantha Barbie, and I haven't seen you all in a while. I've been missing. I've been in Atlanta. I stand back here because I did not like the traffic. As a native of Charlotte, as a neighbor, a faith leader who has spent decades walking with people through struggle and through hope, I have seen this city grow. I've seen what we have gained, and in some cases, who has gained. But I've also seen who has been left out or underserved. When a parent cannot reach a job across town because the bus does not run past 6, that is not just a transportation issue, that is an issue of justice. When a senior waits at a stop with no shelter, no lighting, and no sidewalk, that is not just an inconvenience, that is neglect, and again, a case of injustice. When families have to turn down good opportunities because they cannot get there safely or affordably, we're not building a city for all. We're building a city for just a few. That is not the future I want for Charlotte, my city. This transportation plan is not just about traffic. It is about how we move people to jobs, to health care, to schools, and to each other. It is about how we invest in safety, in access, and in dignity. This plan will bring more frequent service, safer streets, and stronger connections across every part of Mecklenburg County. It will give more people more ways to show up for their families and communities and their future. And the people deserve the right to decide. So tonight I ask you to let them decide. Place this plan on the November ballot. Trust the people to speak. This is about making life easier, safer, and more connected for everyone. It is time to move forward together. It is time to say yes for Mecklenburg County. Because when we move better, we live better. When we build together, we grow stronger. And when we invest in our community, we all rise. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Jim Fetcherow, you are on deck.
Hey y'all, my name is Sam Spencer. I'm the former chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission and a former member of the Citizens Transit Advisory Groups for CATS, our transit system. I think it's been a pretty clear message tonight. Please don't get cold feet. I'm also a big believer in public transportation. I ride CATs, both buses and trains, and have a frequent flyer account with Amtrak. That's how I got here tonight to be here. If you are like me, you believe in a strong, functional public transportation system, and you believe it's important for making sure opportunity reaches every person in our community. And if you know that, then you know how important this moment is. To paraphrase a beloved Charlotte institution, it is go time. When I worked with many people in this room on the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan, equity was at the core of our vision. So was a strong, robust public transportation system. We chose to define equity as an active principle, a tool for recognizing and remedying inequality and injustice, because equity is, in a sense, what we owe to each other. It's a fundamental part of our social contract that recognizes the inherent value of every resident that actively works for justice and equality of opportunity, and treats every person with dignity. Everyone in this room, everyone in this community, whether they can drive or not, deserves access to a robust, functional transportation system. All of us deserve the dignity of opportunity. Now, I'm also going to be honest about how bad the situation is. Our bus system is no longer fit for purpose. It is not. It's neither robust nor reliable enough to serve the most vulnerable members of our community. And while I'm a choice rider, I know the most important people served by CATS are those who have no other option. So let's be frank, we're not here today because this sales tax is the best chance for effective public transportation in Charlotte. We're here because it's the last chance. Some of us here are seasoned enough to remember the Metropolitan Transit Commission's 2030 plan. Under that plan, the majority of rail lines were built out by 2020. 2020 is now 5 years ago, and we only have 2 phases of light rail and 1 phase of streetcar. When I served on CTAG in 2009, I got a front row seat to the economic crisis that set our transit plan back decades. And then for the past 15 years, for longer than it takes a child to go from K through 12 in CMS, we've failed as a community. You can blame the Great Recession, the pandemic, a myopic state law that limits transit funding, or political will. But however you slice it, we're a generation behind where our transit system needs to be. So, spoiler alert, we're not going to catch up by waiting another 5, 10, or 15 years. One last thing, I am excited about this commission and the potential to involve more people in the community in a transit commission that actually reflects the people and everybody here. I hope people on both sides get a chance to be on that commission. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Mark Moore, you are on deck.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am Jim Fetcherow, president of All Aboard Charlotte and a resident of Charlotte since 1978. I'm a retired railroader who has nothing to gain from this other than the general improvement to the great city of Charlotte. I am simply a concerned citizen who wants to do the right thing, especially for the folks who depend on public transportation and better transportation in general. The issue today is whether or not to place the PAVE Act on the ballot in November to allow citizens to vote on the additional 1-cent tax for better transportation options in Charlotte, including roads, rails, buses, and bike. Having lived in Charlotte for 47 years, I've seen a lot of changes, and if some have been good and some not so much. However, the thing that I'm most proud of in Charlotte is that we were able to tax ourselves to build the Blue Line. It was a huge battle to get the half-cent sales tax, and even a bigger and harder battle when the referendum was placed on the ballot through dubious means to have the half-cent tax rescinded. However, saner wisdom prevailed, and we were able to build the Blue Line, which has been a tremendous success and a showpiece for Charlotte. We are at the same crossroads again. After years of negotiating with the state government, Charlotte finally has permission to place this 1-cent tax on the ballot. This was a hard-fought battle and should not be taken lightly. I say by all means, let's place this on the ballot and let the citizens decide. If we miss the opportunity, there's no plan B. Charlotte traffic will only get worse, and it could take years before we get back to the same point. Furthermore, as inflation takes its toll, the longer we wait, the more expensive solutions may become. I may not agree with every single point in our future plans, but once we start raising the necessary funds, we can work towards refining our plans to serve the best interest of everyone. And I have to wonder, regarding the organizations and folks who are against placing this on the ballot, why not take this to the citizens and let the citizens decide? I have heard many criticisms from the various parties, but all have been based on the lack of knowledge, poor assumptions, falsehoods, and yes, even outright lies. The blue line faced the same falsehoods years ago, all of which vanished once the line opened. Regarding the poor information being put out on this proposal, my group, All Aboard Charlotte, has released a 10-page report which basically rebuts the Action North Carolina 10-point program they put out. While everyone in Charlotte will pay a little bit more each year in sales taxes, the benefit for everyone will be better and less congested roads, better bus, and better rail. This is a win for the average citizen in our fine city. Please vote to bring this to the ballot in November. Thank you very much.
All right, Mark Moore is up, and Rabbi Groner, you are on deck.
Thank you, Commission, for letting me speak to you tonight. My name is Mark Moore. I have been a loyal CATS rider since starting at UNC Charlotte in 2016 and have been relying on it daily since moving back to Charlotte permanently in 2022. I actually have narcolepsy. It's a disability that is not obvious to everyone, but because of that, I cannot safely drive, and it can honestly be somewhat risky even if I'm cycling or doing something like that. So for the most part, public transportation and walking are my lifeline. Those are how I get around. Those are basically my options. I actually spent most of my time in Charlotte living in the old Whitehall area, South Tryon. Recently, I moved to NODA to live along the Blue Line because I was consistently late for work, consistently having problems living on the 16, which it's already one of the better buses in the system as it stands, and was still not enough for me to be able to be reliable. I understand that most people in Charlotte do not have the luxury to up and move to get to better transit. This plan takes the step of doing everything that we possibly can to get that transit to them. When you look at the Better Bus Plan, expanding service and frequency on major corridors going in all directions, when you look at the Gold Line serving Beatties Ford and Central, when you look at where these areas are being centered on, these transit improvements are targeted to make as much difference as possible for as many people in the county in the shortest amount of time possible, with Better Bus being put at the spearhead of the front within the first 5 years. I would have just encouraged that we think about it in the perspective of, again, people deserve a choice. People deserve a choice to be able to have ways to get around. They deserve safe roads. They deserve safe infrastructure. They deserve robust public transit. This plan, CATS has done due diligence to put it together and to make sure that we're doing what we can to do that. I would also just say to those who are here in opposition, again, this is the beginning, not the end. Keep that energy. Take that energy and turn it towards when your municipalities are deciding how to spend the 40% tax, when CATS is figuring out exactly how to implement some of these transit improvements and looking at other ways to implement Better Bus and things like that. Take that to them. We'll continue. Yes, equity matters and your voice matters, but this is a once in a lifetime opportunity where we need to get this done. We are not going to get another chance. We can see the political environment we're in. This is a very rare opportunity, and the fact that we have any chance at funding right now at all is something that we should not take for granted. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to, again, emphasize the importance of putting this on the ballot and giving people a choice, and thank you for your time.
On deck, Huntersville Mayor Christy Clark.
Good evening, Mecklenburg County Commission. Thank you for having me. My name is Vincent Groner, a proud native of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, and as a previous gentleman mentioned, I am blessed to have grown up here. I love my city. I would never want to live anywhere else. I'm here to speak from a perspective of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'm the executive director and the co-founder of an organization called Zav's Place, based in Matthews, North Carolina, where we train and employ individuals, as we like to say, with special talents, with a thrift boutique, real-life experiences where we provide training and employment and job skills, using real-life experiences, helping individuals pursue their dream job while getting paid, while being employed, and then offering them opportunities to be placed in interest-based jobs, jobs that they want to be placed in, jobs that they're interested in. Now, many of these businesses are small businesses in the Charlotte area, which require a strong infrastructure and public transportation that can accommodate the vast majority of the individuals that we work with. And very often we run into challenges when it comes to finding the suitable placement opportunities for many of our graduates to pursue those interest-based jobs. And we don't want to settle for the cookie-cutter opportunities that might be available and just, place a large batch of our graduates in the same place just because the transportation works out. We want to be able to pursue those unique opportunities. One of the foundations of our belief and one of the foundations of what we're founded on is that every single human being has unique purpose and potential to contribute to society. And we want to make sure we're giving them that opportunity. And we ask the county and we ask our community to help us ensure that we're offering that opportunity to every single individual, including those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Thank you very much.
On deck, Taiwo Jayoba.
Commissioners, Chairman, Vice Chair, staff, hi. I'm Christy Clark. I am the mayor of Huntersville, and I'm here to, like many others, ask you to vote in favor of this of placing the resolution on the ballot. This regional transformational initiative would result in an investment in our community of almost $700 million over 30 years in road funding, and it fulfills the long-missed promise of the red line that was committed to North Mecklenburg almost 30 years ago as well. This plan is one that has been over 5 years in the making and is the result of constant work by everyone who supports it in this room. I'm proud to be joined by my fellow mayors, Mayors Rusty Knox, Brad Simmons, and Woody Washam. We may not always agree, but we do agree on the good that this will do in our community at large. Huntersville, like Cornelius, is choked with traffic. Our schools experience bus delays. Our businesses cannot compete. Our residents wait in long drive times just to get to the grocery store. A majority of our residents actually commute in to Huntersville to work, so they're bringing their cars with them. We desperately need this investment to be able to provide road improvements and connectivity and sidewalk improvements. I have a dream of being a mayor that can ride my bike safely from my house in West Huntersville to the town hall in East Huntersville, and this will help me do that. Tonight, I stand with every member of my board who has unanimously voted in support of a resolution to support the PAVE Act. We stand united in understanding that in order to achieve progress, we must work together. I ask you, my friends, to join us in supporting of this effort by placing this referendum on the ballot and supporting it in November. Thank you.
On deck, Martin Wheeler. It's not a good thing.
Good evening, Chair Jorrell, Vice Chair Hartman, Commissioners, and good evening, Mr. Manager. My name is Taiwo Jayoba. I haven't been here in a while. It feels like a rezoning meeting. But I'm not here tonight to talk about the UDO or the comprehensive plan. But I am honored to be here tonight to speak in support of the November ballot initiative. I remember when we started this journey some years ago, right around the COVID period, was when we started. We called it Charlotte Moves back then, but it's exciting to see how it has evolved into something greater and better. And there were those who doubted it back then, that if this day would come, but now we are here. I want to thank all of you and my former colleagues at the city for pushing and making this happen. At the end of the day, mobility is really about numbers. And so let me share a few of those numbers with you. By 2050, our region will have grown from 3 million people to nearly 5 million people. We can't ignore growth. Thanks, Carol Hardison, for sharing that. And yet, the federal gas tax has not grown more than 36 cents since 1993. For nearly 30 years, the Charlotte area transit system has been funded at half cents. It's one of the most underfunded transit agencies in the country, yet serving more people than most metro areas as the 14th largest city in the country. Between 1997 and 2005, CAT's operating cost increased by nearly 240%, while expectations have grown, and at that time, there was not even a blue line and the gold line. The thing about these numbers is that you're going to forget them tonight. However, we will remember the decision we make tonight because it's going to affect seniors, young adults, daycare providers, restaurant workers, minority populations, car drivers who need to get to doctors, and babysitters, transit riders who want to just have a one-seat ride. The only way to bridge the gap between a growing future and today's inadequate funding is to vote to put this on the ballot in November and let us decide on our mobility future. This is not a perfect plan. We've had that over and over, but it's a good plan. Why is it a good plan? A good mobility plan is equitable, promotes access, it's sustainable, it lays the foundation for a better future. In making your decision this evening, I would like us to remember this. We should not let perfection override progress or let best be the enemy of what is good. We should remember that this is not just about public transit, but it's about building out a system of balanced transportation. We should remember that an investment in mobility system is good economic investment. Thank you once again.
On deck, Representative Aisha Dew.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. I am Martin Wheeler. I'm not a native Charlottean, but I lived here for 57 years, if you can believe that. It's been a long time. I'm the president of All Aboard Carolinas, the nonprofit volunteer association under the Carolinas Association for Passenger Trains umbrella, and we're here to urge support for placing the 1-cent sales tax for transportation on the November election ballot. Now, while many have differing views on the impact of the potential tax and the transit plan, which would be funded by passage of the tax, we believe it's best to allow the citizens to decide the issue in November. Charlotte and the region are at a crossroads where our transportation future will be shaped. Two different futures are possible, one with continued investment in transit and roads, another with a community at best languishing in mediocrity, unable to meet its transportation needs. We were there back in the 1980s and 90s, a number of our members in our association encouraging Mayor Sue Myrick to create the Light Rail Task Force. Many of us were on that task force. It spurred the debate over light rail and also its implementation with the Blue Line in 2007. I hope you've examined also our All Aboard Charlotte chapter's rebuttal to the Action NC's recent issues, their position urging the Commission not to place the ballot on this November election ballot. No one likes taxes, but sales tax does exempt necessities, utilities, and other household expenditures, and out-of-county purchasers will also contribute to that tax. The transit plan was based on public input. It rectifies past failures that divided communities here. It uses a model that prepares for cost overruns and delays and was based on cost and ridership projections that were released by the MTC last October. And the Independent Regional Transportation Authority, which would be created by the passage of the tax, would be able to represent citizens through various appointments by elected bodies. Outside of the Red Line commuter rail and the Butter Bus program, the authority would have the flexibility to make adjustments to the aspects of the transportation plan in future years. Light rail, commuter rail, and other pedestrian and mobility improvements and better bus transportation can't wait for a better approach to fall out of the sky at some point in the future. So the time for action is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that Representative Dew may have stepped out, so we'll move on, and if she comes back, she will be most welcome. Eric Willoughby and Michael Foes, you are up. Mr. Willoughby here? All right, then I will have Brian Morales Casiano, head on down, you're on deck.
Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Fess, and as a 25-year resident of Huntersville and a licensed civil engineer, I stand in strong support of the PAVE Act, and I encourage the Commission to place the PAVE Act on the ballot this November. This proposal is not just a funding tool, it is a transformative opportunity for Mecklenburg County to take control of its future. As an engineer, I attend many rezoning meetings across Mecklenburg County. The number one issue I hear during the public hearings, during the community input meetings is traffic. With every rezoning meeting I've been to, the number one issue of the residents and the neighbors of a proposed project is traffic. Our region is growing rapidly due to sustained in-migration. NCDOT and the municipalities that make up Mecklenburg County do not have the resources to construct or maintain the roads and transit systems we need to support the growth. We face a choice: either wait for funding that may never come or take bold local action. The PAVE Act empowers us to act. It gives us the ability to invest right now in the infrastructure that shapes where we live, where we work, and where we shop. By expanding connectivity across the county, we connect residents to jobs, schools, healthcare, and entertainment. We make it possible for more people to live near where they work and access opportunity without relying on a car. This isn't incremental change, it's system-wide change. It's how we build a more connected, resilient, and equitable county, not just for today, but for the decades ahead. I urge you to seize this moment. Support the referendum and let the voters decide. And let Mecklenburg County lead with vision, not with delay. Thank you.
Brian Morales Casiano, wonderful. And on deck, James Schubeck.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brian Morales Casiano. I'm a resident of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, and I'm also a realtor. But this evening, I'm here as the Director of Government Affairs of NAREP Charlotte, which is the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals. NAREP's mission is to advance sustainable Hispanic homeownership and close the racial wealth gap through policy, education, and economic opportunity. I'm here to express my support for the PAVE Act. For many working families in our community, especially Latino families, access to homeownership isn't just about what's on the MLS. It's about what connects us to opportunity, reliable public transportation, safe roads, and sidewalks expand where people can afford to live, how they get to work, and how they build long-term financial stability. Many in our community depend on public transit to get to work, school, medical appointments, and other essential services. These aren't luxuries, they're lifelines. Investing in more frequent and accessible transit helps ensure our neighbors aren't left behind simply because they can't afford a car or don't have access to reliable transportation. The PAVE Act offers a real investment in that infrastructure. It includes funding mechanisms that require voter approval, transparency, and audits to assure accountability. If implemented equitably, this act will help make sure that the benefits of growth and mobility extends to all residents, including the 15% of Mecklenburg County residents who identify as Hispanic or Latino. On behalf of NAREP Charlotte and the families we serve, I urge you to approve putting this referendum on the ballot and ensure that equity remains central to its execution. Thank you.
And on deck is Abdul Ali.
He's not here.
Oh, he's not here? All right. Then Munifa Drayton. Oh darn. Okay. Tom Harris.
He's not here. He left.
Not here. Stephen Duraski, you are on deck. Please begin.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And I'd like to thank my District 5 representative, Laura Meyer, for sending out to her constituents the invite for this evening. And I also want to thank all of you for your dedication and your hard work to this Mecklenburg County community. I mean, you guys are doing a great job, so I appreciate it. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to this plan, and looks like I'm in the minority here tonight, but for now, I'm in opposition. And the reason I'm in opposition, I will outline for you. Because don't get me wrong, I use the light rail, and I live in South Charlotte and like the light rail, but here's why. So, this body has raised my property tax 16.5% over the last 4 years, which I assume holds true for the entire county. After the revaluation, the tax increase was called revenue neutral. It wasn't revenue neutral for me. You floated a $2.5 billion school bond referendum where only 9.8%, or 76,000 voters in the county, approved it. Why? Because it was put on the ballot during the municipal elections where only 15.5% of the voters in this county showed up. That was 120,000 voters out of 776 eligible voters that actually showed up. So everybody talks tonight about let the voters decide, but in a municipal election, the rate of voting is way down, and so you're not really letting the voters decide. So I'm sure we haven't seen the full effect of our taxes from the school bond, and probably will soon. Now you want to raise taxes with a referendum for a 1% sales tax increase. You again want to do it during an upcoming low turnout municipal election. Most likely, as in 2023, a small majority of the county will turn out and a small percentage of the voters will decide on the increase. So a few decide for the many. There's no doubt that Mecklenburg County needs to stay ahead of its transportation problems. We don't want to turn into another Nashville who has done little to solve their transportation problems. However, you have no governing authority in place yet and won't until at least January. You're asking we, the taxpayers, to spend the money first, then trust you to appoint an authority that may or may not have any experience at such an endeavor. The full transportation plan isn't even in place. Voters aren't aware of who's going to be accountable for the total of $25 billion raised and what checks and balances are in place for the money being spent. So I suggest to you, let's not rush this thing. Wait a year. Nothing will change as far as all the people in place, all of you, and also at the state. Wait a year until the 26th election cycle. There'll be a higher voter turnout, and you'll have everybody there to be able to make a decision rather than a few. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right, so I think we're to Wyatt Nixon and Jimmy Cabrera.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Dorowski, and I am a random citizen of Charlotte. I've been calling Charlotte my home for the last 11 years, and I'm here to add one more voice in favor of putting this on the ballot and letting the voters decide. Amongst my friends, I'm the person who's most likely to know what the city is working on and why the street cones are up on some new street somewhere. And looking at that, I really see that we need to build the things. We need to actually create them. This is my first time speaking in front of a board like this, but I've been to a lot of public hearing or a public input type things where they put out the maps with, hey, here's all these plans we've got, here's these drawings, everything looks great and wonderful, and, get feedback on what you would like to see, what you'd like to do. But those things, if they happen, they take forever, if they happen at all. And what I would like to see is the funding be put in place so that we can actually get this on the ground, so that we can get projects and plans put down and put in place so that we can make real concrete progress, which is something that I really feel like the city has great ideas, this county has great ideas, but the money has to come from somewhere. We need a transportation system that works. We need a transportation system that is safe for everybody. During the invocation back at the beginning of this meeting, if you can remember that far back in time, one of the comments in that quote was a requirement for growing old was have the fortune not to get hit by a truck. That's a real thing. That's a real concern. When you ride a bike in this city, when you walk, when you drive, getting hit by a truck is a thing that does happen. And I hope, I pray that this plan will let us make actual progress towards improving those situations so that our streets can be safer, that they can work for everybody. And I fear that if we are not allowed to vote on this, that it'll be a generation before we get another chance. That's why I'm here today, because I think this is such a pivotal opportunity for us to come together and take the input from the citizens on whether or not we are going to move forward in improving our transportation, which affects truly everybody. Thank you.
Wyatt Dixon and Jimmy Cabrera.
Excuse me. Good evening, Chair and Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Wyatt Dixon, and I am in the real estate development business with a company called Profit Dixon Partners, which was founded here coming out of the Great Recession. And we have been involved in transit-oriented development throughout the area. And in fact, I hold the honor, actually, of being the lead developer on Charlotte's very first transportation-oriented project, which is now called Camden Grandview on Moorhead Street. Back then, we were concerned that the trolley was going to get kicked off by this thing that was the Blue Line. And so it goes a long way back. But it is absolutely amazing to hear all the great arguments and positions that have been brought in front of you this evening, and a lot of perspective. And what I would say is, being a person who, North Carolina native, grew up in Durham, have lived here since 1998. And one of the things you always hear about is this divide between Raleigh and Charlotte, right? It's, East, in all these things, and watching how the business community and the leadership have come together to make this a potential reality for our citizens is absolutely amazing. I happened to be up in Raleigh the day that the Senate took action on this with some other business folks. And one of the things that I heard is the opposition to it from a state legislature standpoint was not, we shouldn't do it. It was, I want that too. Other towns and cities wanted this as an option. And the focus stayed on what we have here in Mecklenburg County is the PAVE Act. And I strongly encourage you to put this to the voters and really appreciate all the work that you put into this. And when you talk about the election cycle and things like that, that is very true. But what I would put to you is that you're all sitting here in front of us because the voters put you here. You trusted them enough to put you here. And what I would ask is that you have the same consideration and give the voters this opportunity to make this decision. Thank you.
On deck, Mary Kinney.
Jimmy, you go ahead.
Yep.
You're going to go up top.
Right there.
Right behind you. There you go. No worries.
And I hope I can get through all this. Good evening, County Commissioners and jury of my peers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. I have come to you as a born and raised native and daily infrastructure user, both automobile owner and public transit user. I have decided to join you all not in the affirmative nor in the opposition, but merely to express my thought on the proposed referendum headed for November's ballot. I won't make mention of the fact that the 1 cent increase is actually between 13 to 14%, since you all been made aware, nor will I make mentioned that if enacted, it would put Charlotte on the map, not for the reasons you'd want. For comparison's sake, LA County in California imposes a minimum 9 3/4 sales tax rate. Now, having said all this, I understand and see the need for new funding sources in order to build a robust public transportation system in the city and the surrounding communities it deserves. I agree we need better mass transit options, which should in theory get more cars off the road, but whether or not that will happen is up to the democratic process and the efficacy implementing state-of-the-art mass transit. While many factors influence business location and investment decisions, sales taxes are something within policymakers' controls that can have immediate impacts, both intended and unintended consequences. Sales taxes tend to affect lower income households proportionally more, the latter of which has not been a major focus in news articles. The people that rely on public transit would also bear the responsibility for the increased costs in a time of already increasing costs. I'd like to preface that the following is my own opinion and that of my own. CATS, known as the Charlotte Area Transit System, does not adequately serve the area of which it is supposed to. Just one of my examples would be the lack of service and or limited access to one of the area's greatest assets, its parks, operated by the county government within city and county limits, which I'll give Reedy Creek Park and Nature Preserve in Northeast Charlotte and the U.S. National Whitewater Center in West Mecklenburg as examples. Albemarle Road from the Park and Ride near Highway 24-27 Junction eastwards is also without regular public transportation, not including the express route, which only runs in 3 one-hour intervals during the early hours of the morning and rush hour. Lastly, I will say, as an unincorporated Mecklenburg County resident, I want to see and beg that at the very least, microtransit offered whether or not this referendum is passed in November. As I see it, I am experiencing taxation without representation, given I have no access to public transit within a 3-mile radius. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mary Kinney here? All right, then I will move ahead to Commissioner Leon Threet. Commissioner Renee Garner, you are on deck.
Renee had to leave.
Oh, she did? Okay. Patrick O'Brien, you are on deck.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for your time and your long evening. Leon Threet, Matthews Board of Commissioners. I just wanted to say thank you for your hard work and for putting in the late hours tonight. It's important for me to communicate that the good people of Matthews value this discussion. I know that we're only 3.4% of the county, but this discussion of transportation really matters to the residents of Matthews. And we may have communicated in our journey that this is not an important issue for Matthews because we didn't get what we had hoped for. But this discussion of transportation really does matter to the people of Matthews. I'm not here necessarily to support or against the referendum, but I do want to affirm the good people of Mecklenburg County that what happens in Mecklenburg County matters to Matthews. And so we stand with all of Mecklenburg County to walk through this process. We cherish our voice and our place at the table of this discussion. And so however you decide to place it on the ballot, we are encouraged to be a part of that discussion. We will do all we can to educate our 39,000 residents in Matthews to make sure that we are informed on this issue and that we too would bring our voice if in fact it's put on the ballot in November. So Matthews is with Mecklenburg County, and we thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Patrick O'Brien, Brian Sisson. Is Ruth Cavan in the room? Okay. Yeah. And how about, did Representative Dew, did she?
She's not back.
Is there anybody else who had signed up who I have not called? And I think we may have our last speaker. And thank you all for your patience
Thank you all. It's always fun being last. My name is Brian Sisson. I'm the 2025 Chair of the Lake Norman Chamber of Commerce. I'm a former Mayor Pro Tem of the town of Huntersville, former Vice Chair of the Mecklenburg Union Planning Organization, now known as the MTC. I'm also the CIO of the Range Companies, headquartered in Cornelius, North Carolina. I'd like to address 3 items related to the referendum. First, as was addressed with one of the previous speakers, everybody wants to let the voters vote on this. This is an off-year election. There will be 15% turnout. I strongly encourage the commission to just take a brief pause on this, put it on the 2026 ballot. Let 50% of the voters in Mecklenburg County vote on this, and let's see how it turns out. It would give us a much better understanding of the sentiment of the voters in Mecklenburg County. Number 2, the referendum passes, I would ask the commission to remove the existing half-cent sales tax for transit to lessen the burden on those who cannot afford another regressive sales tax. Finally, I ask you to consider the small businesses in Mecklenburg County. This 1-cent sales tax increase puts businesses who are at the edges of the county at as much as a 2% disadvantage to their competitors in other counties. Those of us up in North Mecklenburg, we're surrounded by Lincoln, Union, and Cabarrus, who all have a 6% sales tax. That's a big burden to overcome in tight economies. As far as being a resident of North Mecklenburg and what goes on in North Mecklenburg, we've been promised relief for transportation for over 25 years. We've been paying a half-cent sales tax for 25 years. We've seen nothing from it. This referendum has so many issues that as a resident and a business owner in North Mecklenburg, I foresee another 20 years of paying another sales tax that does little to alleviate our transportation issues. Thank you for staying with all of us tonight, and thank you for the work you do for Mecklenburg County.
All right, that concludes our public forum, and I now return the gavel to the chairman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. You did a great job. I appreciate it. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any unreadiness? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. All right. So moving on with the agenda, we're going to move to the manager's report. We will take a vote. I'll go through that in a second, but I'm going to turn it over to the manager for now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first item under my manager's report is a request for the board to adopt a resolution directing the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections Director to place an advisory referendum on the November 4th, 2025 ballot on the question of whether to levy an additional 1-cent sales and use tax as authorized by the PAVE Act for transportation purposes in Mecklenburg County. As we discussed last week at your special call meeting, this resolution placing the PAVE Act transportation referendum on the ballot is simply the starting point of a multiple-step process that will be taken by municipalities and the county to authorize historic transportation investments and stand up a new authority in the event that you as a board choose to place this referendum on the ballot and if the people approve the investment by passage of the referendum. This resolution that you all reviewed, offered guidance on, and approved the language of last week offers the people of Mecklenburg County the opportunity to decide for themselves whether they want to make a historic investment of almost $20 billion into our community, as well as establish a new authority to guide these new investments. The resolution, if approved tonight by you, would place the referendum on the ballot for the November 4th election. The referendum will require 50.1% of the county to vote for the referendum to pass, and you as a commission would then have to vote to levy the tax after the referendum is approved. A vote to place the referendum on the ballot by approving this resolution does not necessarily mean that you are in favor of the referendum, but that you only support allowing the people of Mecklenburg County to choose for themselves whether to support making this investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I appreciate it. So colleagues, this is how we're going to go through this, and just so the public understands how we're going to do this. One, I want to say thank you all for lending your voice to this important topic, and thank you for hanging in there with us. So this is a really important discussion and decision, and I'm going to allow bandwidth for colleagues to be able to give comments. I will defer time to one of my colleagues who is going to go over the amount of the allotted time, but I think it's necessary and it's warranted to do that. I know everyone does not have, I'll come to you in 1 second, Commissioner Dunlap. I know everyone does not have a comment, which is fine, and everybody is not going to use up all their time. Before I come to you, Commissioner Dunlap, let me get a motion on the floor, and I want you to allow me to read the motion into the record. Okay, thank you. We'll read the motion into the record, and so we're clear. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to adopt a resolution directing the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections Director to place an advisory referendum on the November 4, 2025 ballot on the question of whether to levy an additional 1-cent sales and use tax as authorized by the PAVE Act for transportation purposes in Mecklenburg County.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Now I will open it up for discussion. Let me see who would like to go first. I will go with Commissioner Townsend Ingram, then Commissioner Powell. You have up to 4 minutes, Madam Clerk.
I won't need it all. Thank you, everyone who came out tonight. It was really encouraging to see so many of our residents to come out to speak either for or against. When we first started tonight, I couldn't understand. I was like, maybe people don't understand that we are actually here tonight to vote on putting it on the ballot. After hearing several people speak about the reason why they didn't think it wanted to be on the ballot, I can understand that, but as an educator, people need the opportunity. And maybe, if you're optimistic like I am, this will be a reason to improve turnout during this municipal election. So, again, I appreciate you coming out for it tonight, and I appreciate everybody's comments, and know that we don't take this lightly.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. In December 2020, Charlotte leadership came to us with a project called Charlotte Moves. And it was so city-centric that I didn't have another word besides offensive. It was extremely offensive to North Mecklenburg. I represent the North. And like Mr. Sisson said, for all these years that we paid the half-cent, we got no return. This guarantees a return of a benefit to North Mecklenburg. And so all of the elected leaders in North Mecklenburg, all of Davidson, all of Huntersville, all of Cornelius, elected leadership has agreed and asked for supporting putting this on the ballot. So I just want to talk, to that change. So what was offensive in December 2020 is no longer offensive, and we are guaranteed the red line. But I also want to talk about how important it is for us to hear all voices. It's very, very important to me. And so I've already seen it happening where concerns are being dismissed and squashed and disrespected. And I think there are some heavy hitters in this room. There are some heavy hitters listening, people with significant sway who I think really need to listen to what the concerns are. And I want to speak to one especially. I have a lot of respect for some of the people that spoke in opposition, but I have a mountain of respect for Reverend Dr. Garner Mullins. She is a truth teller. She wants us to look at everything through an equity lens. It is real. We want that. And when she's talking about concerns about eminent domain and displacement, these are real concerns. And when she said progress uplifts, it doesn't uproot, how do we do that? How do we do that better? I need these voices, and I will represent them, but how do we have those voices there as we're where we craft what we can craft going forward. It's very important to me. I wasn't gonna give a long speech, but I feel like, John Autry, like I have so much respect for him. Like, we need to have these voices at the same time and not squash them. And so, I'm just like strongly urging, not just elected leaders, but the heavy hitters in the room, to pull them into the conversations to make things better, because it's the only way to do it. You can't disrespect concerns and make things better. So I think that concludes my comments. And, even Mr. Sisson, some of his comments, what happens to small businesses? How do we address that? We need to have all the concerns at the table. So thank you for sharing the concerns. I will vote yes to put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard a lot tonight, and I don't want to rehash everything I've heard, but I just want to point out a number of things. I served as chair of this board for 6 years, and during that time, one of the reasons I respected you as my colleagues was because you always believed in giving the public a voice. And I expect no different tonight. Whether you agreed with the issue or not, we let the public have its say. That's what transparency is really all about. Tonight, I heard a lot of things, and I will be the first to tell you that there are some concerns about the PAVE Act. I think anybody listening would understand that there are some concerns, and some I consider to be very legitimate. But what I also heard were people who were either misinformed or people who were trying to muddy the waters. I also heard people who were concerned about who the sponsor of the bill was. If the sponsor of the bill was Tricia Cotham, then it has to be a bad bill, because Republicans can't make good bills. I hope we have moved beyond the point where only one party can make a good bill. And what you see as not a good bill can be made better. And from the concerns I heard tonight, there is certainly work for us to do. One of my mentors, Mr. Charlie Danley, shared with me that he never had permanent enemies and he never had permanent friends. He always had people who had permanent interests. And so whether this bill is drafted by a Republican or whomever, what I heard tonight was that out of those people who voted, 148 people in the legislature voted to support this. Only 8 said no. In my book, that's bipartisan. And in today's climate, when we can get anything that's bipartisan, to me, that's a good thing. And so the last thing I'll say is that I don't want people to get it twisted. What the board is being asked tonight is to do one thing. It is not to revise the PAVE Act. It is not to deal with all the issues and concerns that have been expressed tonight. It is simply to allow the public to have its say. And like we've done on many occasions, I expect that this board will allow the community to have its say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin my comments by stating that I believe people of good faith can have different perspectives on this issue. I will be voting against including the referendum on the ballot. This is not a decision I come to lightly. I definitely have mixed feelings because I absolutely believe in investing in the future and investing in transit, and I really believe it is a dire need. But in my view, this is not the right plan for our community and therefore I cannot support putting it on the ballot. In the past, I stated that I would vote to put it to a referendum, even though I thought it was a bad plan, because I believe in democracy and letting the voters decide. But since then, I was challenged by a constituent who asked, why would I vote to put something on the ballot that I believed was detrimental to our goals, especially knowing the corporate community would be funding a $3 million campaign to convince voters to vote for it while never presenting the downsides. Only happy talk. It's not a fair fight. This constituent pointed out that I have done the deep dive that I was elected to do. I have attended many, many meetings, read many, many articles and binders full of information. I have gone on trips with the Alliance to Austin and Miami to learn about their transportation plans. Voters have voted for me to do that work on their behalf, and now I have to take a stand. If the plan were actually going to solve our transportation issues, it would be worth it. But with 40% being allocated for roads, I do not believe it will. We will still be stuck in gridlock. That 40% for roads was never part of the plan this community was working on until Roads First became mandated by the GOP. It became the key to getting something passed, with the notion something is better than nothing. In my view, that is a deal breaker that goes way too far. I don't believe in settling for better than nothing. I believe it is a false choice to say this is our only chance. I've heard this reasoning too many times before when we are led to believe we are at the brink of something and we have to make a terrible choice. I just don't buy it. Some have written letters to us saying, just pass the plan for now and amend it later. Well, the mayor of Matthews asked repeatedly for other formulas to be studied, and he was met over and over with a brick wall. There is no way that the people can trust a pass now, amend later plan. That's called an okey doke. The town managers and mayors do not want to give up a monetary injection into their budgets. We can all understand why, but that was never part of the original plan. This plan perpetuates economic inequality. Consider this. I have a little visual that didn't rub off. Okay, could you hold that for me? Okay. Let's see that. The funding model for the blue line was 50% federal, 25% state, and 25% local. In contrast, this plan literally flips that model upside down. This plan is only 23% federal if we get all the federal grants. 0 state funding and an astounding 77% local, if not 100%. That's not the way transportation infrastructure is supposed to be funded. This represents a huge shift away from federal and state funding and pushes the cost onto the backs of people like you and me, 70% of which are living paycheck to paycheck. This is part of a larger pattern that we are seeing at our state and federal level, and my constituents are not okay with it. 47 and his enablers have just passed a big, huge, ugly bill to continue tax breaks for corporations and billionaires while shifting the cost burden to local taxpayers in order to maintain essential services. In the meantime, the North Carolina General Assembly literally has a stated plan for getting the corporate tax rate to 0 in our state by 2030. Ours is already the lowest corporate tax rate in the entire country. With this transportation plan, the General Assembly has masterfully shifted more of the burden of roads onto us, while NCDOT is massively underfunded. They have no plan to keep up with our state roads and accommodate our massive growth. This plan, with its 40% for roads, has us subsidizing them with our tax dollars. Be clear, many of our roads are already the state's responsibility, which they are failing to maintain. They are way behind, and towns have to sweeten the pot by paying the NCDOT to get their projects ranked higher as they compete for improvements. This funding shift is adding to the wealth gap that exists between the 70% of us living paycheck to paycheck and those at the top. And it's adding to the unaffordability that defines our times. It will only get worse with this permanent tax increase. Following the recipe of so many other cities, overpromising and underdelivering is not the right course for us. We have to say no now before we end up paying a tax in perpetuity that does not solve our transportation issues and merely buys some very expensive Band-Aids. You deserve better. We all deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Oh, thank you. First, I want to thank everyone for being here. I know a lot of people left, and thank all of you for hanging in there. And thank you to all the emails we received. Let me tell you, I've been trying to answer them. There are a lot. So thank you for your engagement. To me, this has become a very simple solution because I'm watching our democracy being challenged all over the place, and I feel like this is a vote for democracy. I believe in people having the right to vote for what is going to happen to them, if they want to vote for it, if they want to vote against it. So I'm very much in favor of putting it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you for being here tonight and for filling up this room, because it's very rare that all of our seats are taken other than when we brought in our new manager. There were people wall to wall. I was so happy to see you tonight, and I was anxiously awaiting your arrival. One of the things that has been on my mind is about my senior citizens and the taxation. And I have a right to be concerned about their income and what they can afford to address at this point. But all of us ride the bus. I got on the bus when there was some discussion about the bus and safety. And many of you laughed at me sitting on this board and talked about me while she riding the bus. It's convenient, it's safe, if it's allowed to be safe. And we move about in Charlotte. And now I come from Steel Creek, and the traffic is horrendous, and 160 is worse than anybody I've ever seen. I could walk to Charlotte by the time I drive to Charlotte. The second thing I want to say is that we have paid a gas bill over the years when we buy gas. If you own a car and you've been in North Carolina a long time, we've been paying for a gas bill. But if you drive down the eastern part of North Carolina, the roads are gorgeous. Nobody's on them, but they're clean and clear. Who runs Raleigh but the people in the eastern part of North Carolina? We know this. We know all of this. But we are going to be given an opportunity to do what people said we could not do. And I'm used to that because somebody said I had Alzheimer's sitting on this board. And I think very well. And I spell very, very well. My knees are in trouble. And I stopped getting any help so I could vote on the budget. Because if you don't vote on the budget and you're not here, you don't serve your people. So I sacrificed that to make sure that I represent my people. And I talk about you all the time, whether you live in District 2 or not, you belong to me. I remember my mother and father years ago going to church, driving to church, and sometimes nobody's on the road but us. Mobility, everybody owns a car, and everybody drives a motorcycle, or you got 2 or 3 cars and 2 or 3 trucks that you put on the highway. And I tease the present chairman of this board for driving an ambulance down here every night, every day. His truck as long as this building. I can't even find a parking place because of his truck. But I said, but he's got to get here, and he has to have a way to getting here. I love what I do, and nobody's going to run me off this board. Only the people who vote will do that, and not an individual. Many of you said that I wouldn't be voting for this. When I first heard it, I said, my people can't afford it. Senior citizens cannot afford it. How are we going to be able to eat and take care of all that we have to take care of if we have to be taxed more? But I was in a meeting And a man said there's more tax in Charlotte than in New Jersey 2 weeks ago. And it disturbed me, so I had 2 meetings, one in Steel Creek and one in West Charlotte, to make sure that I opened the door for the people to make their voices. I did not encourage anybody any kind of way. I had to stop Mr. Griffin and a young lady from talking in the back of the room, and also the young man sitting upstairs that served on the city council, David. I come from the old school. If you say your meeting's gonna start at 6 o'clock, don't come at 6, come at 5:45, so you can start at 6. So I listened to the gentleman from Steel Creek, and he kept questioning me. I said, stand up, ask your question too. I don't know if anybody else had a meeting or not, but I had 2 meetings. Go and have some more. But for tonight, when I saw my chairman of the bank sitting up here, he hasn't left. He didn't go out of this room. Oh, my time is up? But I thought you told me I had 4 minutes more.
Yeah, you have 4 minutes more.
No, but I'm through. When I saw him still sitting here and waiting for us to make a decision, I said, well, I got to do the right thing and make sure that I stay on the right track, because I want to ride the bus too. But I do know this, that buses do not follow business. I'm not going to say any more than that, and I'll say the rest of it later. I'm going to support it tonight. I'm going to support it. The reason I'm supporting it because I want my senior citizens to be respected, that they still love this community, they still want this community to be successful, and I'm going all over Mecklenburg County shouting the word, we've got to do it, we must do it. When we're going to do it, let's go make sure that we do it. Don't stop tonight. Now you got to come back again to keep us in focus, because you have to watch all 9 of us, because we do some funny stuff sometimes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for allowing me to say
Thank
this.
you, Commissioner. I
But again,
appreciate
thank you for being here, and especially my senior citizens.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me thank all of the individuals who came before us this evening and made a presentation. I absolutely respect democracy, and this was democracy at its best. I want to thank you all for staying so late to hear our discussion. You know, when we first started this evening, we introduced ourselves, and I said, I'm a county commissioner at large. Whenever I go out in the community and say to people, what the heck is that? That simply means that I have to go and get votes from Davison, North Carolina, to Mint Hill, to Beatties Ford Road. And that's important, because you have to listen and listen carefully to citizens. I'll give you an example real quickly. When I first started this, 3 years ago? Almost 3 years ago.
4 years ago.
I've been on 4 years, 3 years ago.
Senior citizen.
I reached out to, I reached out to all the mayors and all the towns and just had an open-ended conversation. And I was struck because I didn't have a cheat sheet of questions or nothing, just conversation. And I was struck because from talking to all 7 mayors, they had some commonalities. And they said affordable housing. Rusty talked about affordable housing because it's $600,000 in Davison. Brad talked about affordable housing because some of his seniors, in terms of quality of life, living in Mint Hill. And this transportation piece is sort of the same. And why is it the same? I'm going to vote to put this on the ballot, but I'll tell you what and why. 7 leaders and 7 bodies in Mecklenburg County. 6 of those 7 leaders and bodies came before the Board of County Commission and have said to us, give our citizens and give our residents a chance to vote on this. That's leadership. That's the elected leadership of everybody in Mecklenburg County came to us with the request to put this before the ballot, except one community. And I respect that community and the presentations that have been made here so far. The concerns are genuine that residents raised. You know, I'm not as old as some folk on this board, but I do remember going to Cress's and Eckert's and going to the colored water fountain or the white water fountain because Charlotte's my home. So I am concerned about the inequities that have existed. And we do have to, don't take away my time because a senior citizen over here. But seriously, we do have to be sensitive to those concerns that have been raised by a lot of the presenters this evening, whether it's business concerns, whether it's folks who are living in the ETJs in terms of orphan roads, or simply the governance structure. I think all 9 of us are concerned about those issues as well, but I do want to share with you and the public that I'm also concerned about some of the things, but I'm working with interested parties to try to bring some resolution to those concerns and not just leaving them hanging. And so far, I've gotten a warm reception for a lot of folk to say, let's see if we can fix some of these concerns that are raised this evening. So I appreciate the process. I appreciate the opportunity this evening to have an opportunity for the debate and presentations. But I want the public to know that this commissioner listens and will act in the best interest, as I've always done, for those who reside in Mecklenburg County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the mic.
Thank you. Vice Chair Altman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by saying how completely inspired I am by you who have sat in this room tonight. You who have come down to the Government Center and sat here for 3 hours and come to the podium. You have spoken so eloquently. I am so moved by you. We have had people who are riders of necessity and riders of choice. We have had people from different faith leaders. We have had people from wildly different parts of the county. We've had business interests. We've had real estate agents. We've had community activists. And there's a lot in this world, this nation, and this state, which is deeply dispiriting. And what occurred tonight is the antidote to that. You are the antidote in this process, which had dignity and mutual respect. So I just, first of all, want to say how grateful I am. And I believe that at the age of 53, I may not have an opportunity to work on anything that I believe has the potential to do as much good and have as much impact as this opportunity before us. Because when I raised my hand to serve this community, I did it with the Leading on Opportunity Task Force report in my hand. And I pledged in my speeches that I would use that to guide me. And it says right there that our transit system is not adequate to the task. And it's not because CATS doesn't want to do better, it's because the half-cent sales tax is fully expended. It's because we are too big for what we have, and we will not reach what we need. We will not serve the community that deserves dignity and access without doing this. But it's not only for riders of necessity that I support this. It is for riders of choice, because I also am a transplant from Atlanta, and I also do not want this community to face the fate that has befallen my former home. So I want to speak to the people who don't support this, who bring concerns and objections and worries. I echo my colleagues in saying how very important you are to this process, how we need your voice, how you will make it better. You will help us to find the cracks and the weak spots so that we can address it with fidelity. And I want to quote former Transportation Secretary Anthony Fox. This is not set it and forget it. Every single step here, we must bring rigor and fidelity to honor our values and visions for equity and upward economic mobility and access for all. That comes to who we appoint to the board, how we ensure the contracts people have access to, how we align our school system so that our children receive the ability to benefit from these jobs. There's so much that we have to do to bring rigor at every stage. So this is not whatever happens tonight and whatever may happen at on the vote in the election in November. That's the beginning, as others have said, not the end. And it will take all of us, including the dissenting voices, to do it well. So yes, trust the people to speak. I trust the people to speak, and I will, with great joy and honor, vote yes tonight. And thank you for everyone who made this happen.
All right, so you're going to hear the same thing again. Certainly thank everyone for being here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for participating in this process that we call democracy. It is extremely important. I appreciate all the voices that were here tonight, the pros as well as the cons. I appreciate the community showing up. I appreciate the community caring. I appreciate my colleagues, no matter where you sit or what end of the spectrum you're on. I appreciate the thoughtfulness. I appreciate the care. I appreciate the passion. And I appreciate the work that each and every one of you have performed on this topic. I hope the community sees tonight that you have a dedicated board of public servants that truly care about this community, that truly care about people, that are here not about a title, but they're here to serve. And I think each and every one of you have actually demonstrated that tonight. And what really gives me a lot of hope as I sit here is that it extends beyond this dais. When I see our mayors here and the work that they've done, the managers, the work that they've done, the staff, the work that they do on a daily basis to serve, although not elected, they're still public servants. It shows what makes our community different. It shows why when we go across the country, people always look back and say, wow, you know, they use Mecklenburg as that North Star. And it's because we can have discussions, it's because we can, you know, look at a set of facts and we may draw different conclusions and we fight hard. We fight hard and it's because we care. But at the end of the day, we realize that we are one MEC and we come together at the end of the day. And that includes even our great friends from Matthews. And I want to let Mayor Higdon know that I respect your fight. I respect your fight on behalf of your town and your people and your position. I do. I think it was phenomenal, and I respect the fact that at the end of the day when you said, hey, you know what, I have to move on. I respect that. There are two issues that we face. And for me, in this business, there's not a lot of layups. But tonight, I do feel like I have a layup. And it's this, is am I going to allow the voters to decide? That is my charge. That is the charge of this board, whether to allow the voters to decide. But when we look at that, there's also another charge. The work continues. The real work will begin and the real work will continue because there's still work around equity. There's still work around MWSBE. There's still work around opportunity. There's real work around displacement. There is real work around supporting small businesses. And that's what we'll all be remembered for, Mayor. That's what we'll be remembered for. Not how many people get on a bus or on a rail, but how many people we actually helped. And at the end of the day, I certainly support this measure. I don't believe in waiting. I'm not going to wait. I'm going to do what I can to make sure that we produce the best product. And I said this, and my colleagues have heard me say this, and I'll say it again. The decisions that we make have nothing to do with 2025. It's the day that we raise our hand, yes, but it's all about 2035, 45, 55, and beyond, when many of us won't even be here. what kind of community are we going to leave? And so I want all the voices that have lent their time and talent to this effort to continue to lean in, continue to challenge, continue to produce the best product humanly possible for us. But I am certainly voting yes. I appreciate my colleagues. I appreciate the community. I appreciate our business community for leaning in and sharing your voice and expertise as well. That's what makes us one MEC. With that being said, I know that, Mr. Attorney, there is some language that we need to just clarify. So
That's-
can you speak to that, please?
That's correct, Commissioner Jarrell. The action says an additional 1 cent sales.
Speak up, I can't hear you.
The action says an additional 1 cent sales and use tax as authorized by the PAVE Act. The actual language that will be on the ballot is a 1%, and so we should include that and revise the action to be 1%.
Okay. All right. So,
So moved.
second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. We have already had discussion. All those in favor, let's see by show of hands. All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion passes. So at this point, thank you everyone for hanging in there with us. We appreciate it. I know it's been a long night. We still have more business. But thank you, everyone.
Wait till September.
We should all wait and
all
listen
need a
to the
break.
next thing.
You all need
I want to hear
five?
about this.
Yes, yes.
They need five.
Everybody's leaving, they're not going to hear about this crazy bill.
All right, let me do a,
I know.
Mr. Manager, members of the board need a break, so we're
Need
gonna
a break,
call,
that's fine.
Oh,
we're gonna
no.
call a
5 minutes, girl. We
5-minute
got-
recess.
Some of us didn't get up and go out.
All right, I'm calling us back in session. So, Mr. Attorney, a couple of things. We took care of the motion, the exact wording, okay? And then, let me give everybody an update on something, as far as timeline. I'm just gonna read it, and we can talk about it offline, but this is for public awareness, everyone. And it's really about the appointment process for the authority, since we did vote to put this on the ballot. And so we're in a fairly tight timeline to make appointments to the new authority if the referendum passes. So I understand that the application process for those who might be interested in being appointed to serve as a trustee is tentatively set to run from September 17, 2025 through November 7, 2025.
Give me that date again.
September 17, 2025 through November 7th, 2025. So for public awareness, anyone interested in applying, the county application process will actually run from September 17th, 2025 through October 20th, 2025. I'm going to say it one more
I thought you
time.
said November.
I want you to understand. The whole appointment process
I got you.
is scheduled to run from September 17th through November 7th. Anyone that is interested in applying, the application process will run from September 17th, 2025 through October 20th, 2025.
For the county.
For the county.
The county.
Thank you. For the county. City will have theirs, and any other appointing bodies will have their own. I am going to establish an ad hoc committee, which I'll name later. But since we are establishing an ad hoc committee, this will give sufficient time to review the applications, schedule the interviews for recommendations back to the full board. And I understand that the clerk will establish a link on the county website for applications to be made. Okay?
Who's
So-
generating the application? It's already generated.
The application is not generated yet.
Who will do
So
that?
the attorneys will work on the applications with the clerk. We'll have a link for those to apply through the county. We can only control the county process. We will not be answering questions about any other appointing body. It will just be our 6 appointments. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that we took care of that.
You said 6 appointments.
We get 6 appointments, yes, ma'am. All right, with that being said, Mr. Manager, next item on your report.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the next item under my manager's report, I'll have Robert Nesbitt, Chief of Staff for our Consolidated Human Services Agency, giving a presentation on the local impact of the recently passed federal legislation, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. We also have our Intergovernmental Affairs Manager, Lisette Nimmons, and other HHS leaders present should we need to discuss specific policy questions in depth. There are significant legislative changes contained within this bill across many subject areas, but tonight we're going to focus on how residents receiving Medicaid and SNAP benefits may be affected. My intent for this evening is to begin the conversation around the impact of the Big Beautiful Bill. The information provided is based on the initial policy interpretation we received from our state and partner associations. I want to emphasize that our projections will continue to evolve over time as additional state guidance is provided on how counties must implement these policy changes. This is our first formal presentation on this topic since the legislation has passed, but it will certainly not be the last. You will receive updates as I prepare my fiscal year 27 recommended budget. We want to be proactive in keeping our board, our residents, and our community partners informed, and as you are here, we want to work together to build a community response to the challenges we face. With that, I'll turn it over to Robert.
Thank you, County Manager. Good evening, Chairman Jarrell, Vice Chair Altman, County Commissioners, and County Manager Bryant. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I know we've lost most of our audience, but I will say this might be the one time in my career that I get to follow this many phenomenal public speakers and elected officials when giving a presentation. So I'm going to at least count that as a success. But, you know, in terms of what I'm sharing at this late hour, unfortunately, I am not bringing good news. I am bringing the facts that have to do with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. And I'll provide an overview of this legislation, a brief overview, and highlight the greatest implications for our residents receiving Medicaid and Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, which I'll refer to as SNAP, throughout the presentation. Tonight, I'll cover the key policy changes to these two programs contained in the legislation. I'll discuss the timeline of when the new policies take effect, the potential impact to Mecklenburg County residents and the county budget, and next steps for community planning and advocacy. Before diving in, I want to thank our Intergovernmental Affairs Manager, Lisette Nimmons, our Public Health Director and Interim Deputy County Manager, Dr. Raynard Washington, our Department of Community Resources Director, Yolanda Griffin, and the county executive team for their input in developing this presentation. I also want to thank other staff who are here and staying late, hanging with us to be part of this presentation. On July 4th, President Trump signed the Senate version of H.R. 1, known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, into law. The big bill permanently extends lower tax rates from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and introduces additional tax breaks for tips, overtime pay, auto loan interest, and an expanded child tax credit. The Congressional Budget Office projects that the bill will increase the federal deficit by approximately $3.4 trillion over the next 10 years. To offset these costs, the bill reduces federal spending on Medicaid and SNAP by approximately $1.2 trillion. These cuts are projected to result in major losses of health insurance and food resources nationwide. Tonight, we'll focus on the impact to Mecklenburg County and the Medicaid and SNAP programs. As the manager shared in his opening remarks, the information we are presenting are our best estimations of potential impacts to county residents and the county budget, but none of this is set in stone. It will continue to evolve as we receive guidance from the state and even potential federal changes that may occur. First, a quick overview of the programs. Medicaid provides health insurance coverage for individuals and families with low income and people with living with disabilities. In December 2023, Medicaid expansion in North Carolina increased coverage for working adults by nearly 670,000 residents statewide and approximately 80,000 residents in Mecklenburg County. The Medicaid policy changes that we'll review tonight will have the greatest impact on this Medicaid expansion population. The SNAP program, which is historically referred to as food stamps, provides financial assistance to help households with limited income to be able to purchase food. Mecklenburg County has the largest number of Medicaid and SNAP recipients in North Carolina, with approximately 416,000 county residents receiving Medicaid and approximately 137,000 county residents receiving SNAP. Funding for these programs is shared between the federal and state governments. And while certain administrative costs are pushed down to North Carolina counties, and those costs have to do with staffing-related expenses, technology, and overhead, counties do not fund the benefits for the programs themselves. Program policies for Medicaid and SNAP are established primarily at the federal level, with implementation guided by the state. On this slide, I will review 4 key policy changes to the Medicaid program in order of their effective dates. And I want to note that everything I'm reviewing, these are just the policies with the biggest impacts. There are countless policies throughout the bill, but these are the ones that have the greatest effect on our residents. The first row focuses on immigrant coverage. The current policy is that refugees, asylees, and other lawfully present immigrants can qualify for Medicaid coverage if they meet other program eligibility criteria. Under the big bill, most lawfully present refugees and asylees, except for certain Cuban and Haitian nationals, will lose access to Medicaid. The immigrant eligibility policy change goes into effect on October 1st, 2026, and we are assessing the full local impact of this policy change, but we know that many lawfully present immigrants will lose access to Medicaid, which is a key healthcare resource. Moving to the second row, this outlines the Medicaid work requirement policy. Currently, there is no work requirement for the program, but most Medicaid recipients are working, in school, providing care to a loved one, or have a disabling condition. The new Medicaid policy requires 80 hours of work per month or a similar activity such as education or volunteering for Medicaid expansion households ages 19 to 64, and it goes into effect on January 1st, 2027. Based on work requirement implementation that's occurred in other states, people will lose Medicaid coverage not because of failure to work, but because of the associated paperwork and documentation burden. The local impact is that up to 31,000 Mecklenburg County residents may be at risk of losing Medicaid coverage. The third row on this slide lists policy changes related to Medicaid program eligibility reviews. The current policy is to have annual eligibility reviews for Medicaid participants. The new policy requires that eligibility reviews occur every 6 months for Medicaid expansion households, and this goes into effect on January 1st, 2027. The impact of this policy change is an increased workload for our Department of Community Resources staff, which can lead to processing challenges for Medicaid applications and renewals. And now I'll move to the final row on this slide, which outlines the state's ability to tax healthcare providers to fund the Medicaid program. Under current policy, states can tax healthcare providers, including hospitals, up to 6% of their net patient revenue. This is a key funding source for operating Medicaid in North Carolina. The Big Bill policy gradually lowers the tax rate cap to 3.5% by the year 2032 and prohibits new provider taxes. Without this form of state revenue, Medicaid expansion is placed in jeopardy statewide, especially when factoring in other new programmatic requirements. If the state cannot maintain Medicaid expansion funding, nearly 670,000 North Carolina residents and 80,000 Mecklenburg County residents, as I mentioned earlier, would lose Medicaid coverage. So now I'll move to the SNAP program area, and again, kind of review the same types of policies, 4 key policies, in order of their effective date. Again, the first row begins with immigrant coverage, which has similar changes to the Medicaid policy change. The current policy is that refugees, asylees, and other lawfully present immigrants are eligible for SNAP if they meet other program criteria. The Big Bill policy excludes most lawfully present refugees and asylees, again, except for Cuban and Haitian nationals, from participating in the SNAP program. This new SNAP policy went into effect with the signing of the legislation on July 4th, but it will require state guidance to be implemented locally. We are assessing the local impact of this policy change, but we know that it will result in increased food insecurity among immigrant households. Moving to the second row, this outlines the SNAP work requirement policy changes. Under current policy, adults ages 18 to 54 without children or dependents are required to work to receive SNAP benefits. The new SNAP policy expands the work requirement to include households ages 55 to 64 and parents with children ages 14 and older. As with Medicaid, most households in North Carolina who can work are working or in school. Many households will lose benefits not because, again, of failure to meet this work requirement, but because of paperwork and documentation burdens. This policy change also went into effect on July 4th with the signing of the Big Bill, but it too will require state guidance for implementation. The local impact is that up to 17,000 residents may be at risk of losing SNAP benefits under this expanded work requirement. The third row lists the administrative cost share funding structure for SNAP. And currently, administrative expenses for the SNAP program, which includes some of those things around staffing, technology, overhead that I mentioned earlier, those are split between the federal and state governments, with some of those costs in North Carolina being pushed down to counties. The policy change under the big bill increases the administrative cost for states to 75%, and that can be shifted down to counties, and is slated to go into effect on October 1st, 2026, with an estimated impact of approximately $7.5 million in annual cost for the SNAP program operation. Moving to the final row, this lists the SNAP food benefit cost share policy. This policy refers to the actual funds that SNAP households receive to pay for food. Historically, SNAP food expenses have always been paid by the federal government, but under the new legislation, food costs are now being shifted to states based on their SNAP payment error rates, which this simply means under or overpayments of SNAP benefits to households. The more incorrect payments a state has, the higher the state's error rate and the higher the financial penalty that is associated with it. As an example, North Carolina's FY24 payment error rate is 10.2%, resulting in a projected cost of $420 million to the state under the new big bill policy. And this would go into effect in October 1st, 2027. I do want to note that the state's error rate changes year to year, so this number could go up or down based on the whatever the next fiscal year's state error rate could be, or whatever the current one would be. This new food cost share policy is where the greatest risk for the SNAP program lies. If North Carolina decides not to pay for this increased expense, the state will not meet new federal requirements and will have to stop offering the SNAP program completely. This would lead to nearly 1.5 million people in North Carolina losing SNAP benefits and 137,000 people in Mecklenburg County losing SNAP benefits. This is truly a worst-case scenario, but it is being considered by the state government if funding requirements for the benefit cost share cannot be met. Now, another scenario is if the General Assembly decided to fund the added food benefit cost expenses for the SNAP program and then found a mechanism to shift these costs to the counties. A rough projection of Mecklenburg County's share of the expense based on our population could be approximately $46 million annually. These are projections and scenarios, but we just want to make sure you're aware of these items on the horizon. And again, I want to note this is October 2027, the date of this policy change going into effect. I'll quickly do a recap of the effective dates of all the policies I've discussed. On July 4th, 2025, SNAP work requirements and SNAP immigrant eligibility restrictions went into effect, but we are awaiting state guidance to be able to implement these policy changes. Approximately 14 months from now, on October 1st, 2026, the SNAP administrative cost share will go into effect, as well as Medicaid immigrant eligibility restrictions. A year and a half from now, on January 1st, 2027, Medicaid work requirements and Medicaid 6-month eligibility reviews will go into effect. And just over 2 years from now, on October 1st, 2027, the Medicaid healthcare provider tax cap will begin to gradually decrease and the SNAP food benefit cost share will go into effect. I want to emphasize that these October 2027 dates, policy changes, are really the greatest risk to those that Medicaid expansion program and the SNAP program. As you can see, it's a 2-year policy implementation schedule, and all of it does remain subject to change. I reviewed a lot of information in the last few slides, so I want to quickly summarize the key points. Up to 31,000 county residents are at risk of losing Medicaid under work requirements. If Medicaid expansion is terminated at the state level, that could result in 80,000 county residents losing Medicaid coverage. Up to 17,000 county residents are at risk of losing SNAP benefits under expanded work requirements. If North Carolina decides to withdraw from the SNAP program, 137,000 county residents could lose benefits. The expanded work requirements and recertifications will lead to an increased workload for our Department of Community Resources staff, and that will result in processing challenges for Medicaid and SNAP cases. The SNAP funding structure changes could lead to an increased additional expense in coming years annually of $50 million or more to the county. And changes to the program administrative requirements and this program funding structure may impact county staffing levels. There are also additional economic consequences to businesses, nonprofits, and healthcare providers to be expected that would come with these benefit and coverage losses, and we're going to work with partners to have a full assessment of those. Now, moving to closing, I want to discuss next steps and summarize those because we want to address these policy changes as best we can, working closely with our partners. We'll continue our engagement with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and state associations regarding policy interpretation and implementation. Under the county manager's direction, we plan to convene local partners across healthcare and food sectors on September 10th to begin the collaborative planning effort to assess and address community impacts. As we gain more information on policy implementation, we'll develop a clear communication plan for our staff and the broader community regarding the full effect of these changes. We will monitor program enrollment and utilization data to determine which populations are most affected in which parts of the county. And we will continue to advocate for policy changes or delayed policy implementation wherever we can to minimize any negative effects to our community. So I know I shared a lot and I tried to share it somewhat quickly, but Chairman Jarrell, that concludes my presentation tonight, and I will now be glad to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Robert. Great job. Commissioner Dunlap.
Yeah, this is, it's kind of hard to get wrap this, anyway. So the potential for increased cost to Mecklenburg County, and I'm looking at 53 million in one place and some other, what are we looking at potentially?
Yeah, so those are two expenses, and they're both related to the SNAP program, and that 53 million is adding those two together, and I'll move to this slide 7 in the slide deck. It relates to that administrative cost share, so the administrative cost for counties and states is being increased by the federal government, increased by an additional 50%. It's going, and that would raise our cost by an estimated $7.5 million, that policy change. And then the food benefit cost share, where these SNAP food benefit costs are being shifted to states, that has a projected financial impact to the state of more than 240 million. And so then our share of that, or 260 million, our share of that would be about 46 million. So when you add those two numbers together, that's where you get the 53 million. This could all change. This is just, that's probably that's probably one of the worst case scenarios, but it's a risk.
So with our community partners, all the healthcare facilities that we partner with, what impact will it have on them and our ability to continue to partner with them?
So I think there are a few different ways this could play out, and we're going to continue to try to understand and fully assess the landscape when it comes to our healthcare and food security partners. If there are more individuals who are uninsured, that raises the cost for hospitals or for clinics to operate because those individuals no longer would have Medicaid or healthcare coverage. So there would be more of a demand for people who do not have health coverage. That raises costs for hospitals. That would also potentially result in more demand at food pantries. You know, if households aren't receiving SNAP, then they would have to place more of a demand on various food pantries throughout the community. So there are all of those kind of effects. There are those pressures. At the same time, if it raises some expenses for the county, that would take away from funding perhaps for those additional resources or those, say, non-mandated services. So those are kind of the challenges. It's this push-pull between, as resources decrease or these federal resources decrease, the demand is still there, and it would go up for free and low-cost clinics and for food pantries in the community.
And Commissioner Dunlap, if I can add to that, going back to the meeting that Robert referenced, September 10th, this community meeting that we'll be having with the healthcare partners as well as those that are in the, that provide food pantry services. The goal of that is not only to educate them on the impact this is going to have, potentially have on the county, but also learn about the impact that it will have on them as well. As we discuss some type of community approach to minimize this impact, we'll have a better discussion to better inform ourselves of what this means for not just the county and educating them, but also to get a better understanding of what it means for them also.
Commissioner Griffin, then Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Yeah, just another aspect of this, I think a year or two ago, I got a piece from Adrian in terms of the economic impact. And I think about 3 programs: Medicaid, food stamps, WIC, and maybe Work First or something, puts about $1.5 billion into the economy. So there are 2 things, and not only the services that residents are receiving, the impact on the economy here in Mecklenburg County will take a hit also. So that's significant. The other parts is all of these 2 programs are contractual programs. So are we following the conversations between the feds and the state? Are we just waiting on the state in terms of having any impact on what the state decides to agree to or not agree to? Because based on that contract, then state regulations are put together and then sent down to the county. We don't own anything. We're just an agent for the state in terms of administering the program. Right. And if it's just no cuts at all, but increasing the application requirements will be a cost to the county, even if there were no cuts.
Yep.
And so how are we gaming? Well, I guess you can't game but so much, but you got to have some anticipations. You got to have some anticipation. The other piece too is on a national basis, the private sector benefits greatly from these programs, and I would hope that the private sector is advocating at the national level as it relates to this. And I'll say this, colleagues, when I worked at Legal Aid Society, when we would sue the county and the state and the feds back in the old days, we don't do that anymore. But what was in the law, the regulations, these programs first were designed to provide support for the agricultural industry and then to provide nutritious food, et cetera. And so I would hope that there's some advocacy at the private level that would help us in terms of the impact. But I think there's going to be a cost, Mr. Manager. No matter what you do, there's going to be a cost locally, even if there was nobody cut off the program. But the application requirements are increased every 6 months is going to be problematic for us. So just keep us posted. Thank you like you're doing. And when you have this meeting on September 10th,
September 10th.
The schools are going to be impacted because they are Medicaid
exactly right.
recipients. They have CAP. They have a lot of different programs.
And Commissioner Griffin, to your point, we are trying to anticipate to the extent possible. However, as Robert stressed in his presentation, there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of what's going to happen at the state level. And pending what happens at the state level, that's why he's been presenting to you that worst case scenario. If that worst case scenario comes to fruition, we may have to make some tough decisions. I just want the board to understand that. And it's just not unique to Mecklenburg County, but it's all the counties in North Carolina. And that's why it's important that we get this information in front of you now, as well as preparing to meet with our partners. So again, hopefully we can minimize some of this impact with respect to the impact our partners may have from this legislation as well. But the reality is, if this worst case scenario plays out, then yeah, we will be coming forward to you with some tough decisions that we'll have to make.
Let me go to Commissioner Townsend Ingram, Commissioner Leek, then Commissioner Altman.
I'm sorry, and my question is just because I wasn't paying intently enough, attention enough, and I had the question earlier in our audit review committee. So the error rate, was that a statewide rate?
That
Or was that a county? And then will all 100 counties have to share in the burden of repayment, or how does that work?
That's what's uncertain right now, and so I want to be clear that that's not set in stone. The state is considering, or the way I'll explain this is the Department of Health and Human Services is presenting options to the General Assembly. One option being to find a funding mechanism to cover that $400+ million in additional expenses. The other option being to withdraw from the SNAP program. If the state were to choose to cover that cost, knowing how things have played out historically with the state in North Carolina, those costs tend to shift down to counties, but there's not been any formal discussion of would that be on population size allotment or would that be on error rate levels. But to your first question, yes, that was a state error rate, and I believe the national SNAP error rate is like 10.4. It's close to 10.2. So it's North Carolina's tracking with kind of a common national average.
Thank you.
Commissioner Leek, then Commissioner Powell.
My question deals with information being disseminated to the public to understand what's happening. How would that take place, Mr. Manager?
Well, we are working with our communications department to develop a communication strategy. However, we want to communicate at the point of time when we have sufficient information.
Right.
We don't want to scare anyone, put anyone on alert, but we also want to be transparent as well.
Thank you.
So we do have our PI team, Suzette is leading, and working on a communication strategy to complement the work that Robert and the entire HHS team is doing.
That will save us from having to generate a lot of information.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's what I'm concerned from that perspective. Information being disseminated, accurate information.
I have a request.
And
I
thank
went to a NACO seminar and went over a lot of these concerns. And when I was finished in the seminar, my biggest concern was impact on seniors, and especially in long-term care facilities. So if you could get some information on how many of these people are seniors, that would help, and any impact on our seniors in long-term care facilities in North Carolina.
Can do. We'll have the team work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Altman.
I just want to say to our friends in the media, if you're still tuning in, this is an enormous story, and it needs to be on the cover tomorrow. I have a feeling of vertigo, like I'm standing on a cliff that I'm about to fall off of. And I respect the manager's statement that we don't want to alarm or scare anybody, but I have to say I'm both alarmed and scared.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Griffin had another comment.
Just in the education world, you used to always talk about raising the floor and the ceiling at the same time. Poverty is not nice, okay? And I think while we're trying to create a good safety net, the reverse of that, how do we help people break the intergenerational cycle of poverty so that we won't have this huge population? So I just wanted to lift that up, Mr. Chairman. We got to look at both ends.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Commissioner Rodriguez-Medall and I are both serving on the
Human
Services and Education, and this is, this was almost the only topic there. Are you in touch with them? You're in contact with them, and that's a...
We've had dialogue with partners at NACO, with the North Carolina County Commissioners Association, with, of course, the state, and with the DSS Department Directors Association. So yes, we're in dialogue with NACO, but also the other key state associations and other even federal associations.
Okay, thanks, that's all.
So I just wanted to lift one thing up very quickly. Thank you, Robert, so much. I appreciate this. We're taking a proactive posture in this. The manager sent out emails to about 20 different community partners to convene so that we can all come together and figure out what this would look like and how we work together. So as these things happen, we don't want to have to, obviously there's a lot we don't know, but to the extent that we could be as less reactive as humanly possible and stay in a proactive posture. That's what we're trying to do. So just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Manager, for that.
Thank you. That's all right.
All right. Thank you, Robert.
Thank
Great
you,
job.
Robert and team. That concludes my manager's report, Mr. Chair.
All right, a couple other things that we've got to do very quickly. One, next item is the appointment policy change. What we're going to do, you guys saw the emails about appointments to the Lake Norman Marine Commission. Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell lifted up and made a great point that, hey, we make appointments to other marine commissions, so let's make it consistent. So at this time, all we're going to do is do interviews for both commissions. So at this time, I need a motion to approve amending the current appointment policy to include requiring interviews for appointments to Lake Norman and Lake Wiley Marine Commissions.
So we going back?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. We got an unreadiness. Commissioner Lee?
Yeah, have we regenerated our relationship with the lake?
Yes, we have. Mr. Manager, do you want to speak to that, where we are? Or
we didn't
Mr.
have.
Attorney, do you want to speak to the Marine Commission where we are?
Well, the board has an item to vote on tonight to reconstitute the Lake Norman Marine Commission. I think 2 other counties have already taken action. I'm not exactly sure where Iredell is. I know Catawba and Lincoln have.
Want to speak to him?
How much is it gonna cost us?
This doesn't.
I didn't hear it.
Commissioner Leek said, how much is it going to cost us for
There's no cost.
Marine Commission?
Not to reconstitute the commission.
Adrian, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's 40,000 already in the budget.
Well, that's in the existing budget, but the action to reconstitute?
Well, she was asking about budget.
Did you want to know what the budget is, or are you asking what does this action here
Are we
tonight?
obligated to give these people some money?
There is a budget that already exists in our total budget, and Adrian, it's what, $35,000
Per year?
per year? And that already
Other
is
counties
allocated in
paying
our
too.
budget.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. Other counties participating in this process?
They also
So they're
match
paying
that
30.
same dollar amount, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Powell, did you have something?
No, that's
Okay. All right, all those in favor say,
No,
you
I
still
was
had
just saying
something?
thank you.
Okay, no, you're welcome. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you for that clarification. Next item, we've got to make appointments for a delegate and an alternate delegate for NCACC. And so is there a nomination for a voting delegate
Who's going?
for 2020? Okay, well, who is going to NCACC?
Yeah, who's
I'm going.
I'm going, Commissioner Leek is going.
I don't even know.
I really don't know.
You guys aren't going.
I'm not.
You're not going?
They're going,
It's required.
Yeah.
or is it busy?
I have no idea.
Roll
All right.
over to the next agenda.
Once they reject, then I go too.
No, because it's the 21st to the
I'm only
23rd.
going for a couple of days.
All right, well,
Guys got
I guess
busy
I'll have to be the
street.
voting delegate and we won't have an alternate, because I don't know.
So moved.
Who's the delegate?
I second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that Commissioner Mark Jarrell is the delegate, voting delegate for the
So moved.
NCACC conference to be held in Pitt County, August 21st to 23rd, 2025. Any unreadiness? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. No.
No.
All right,
I'll
no,
be there
I'm
too.
not opposed. I'm a yay. Okay.
I'll be there too, Doc.
All right, okay, so what we'll do is there a motion to appoint Commissioner Leek as the alternate for 2025 NCACC 118th
appoint.
Annual Conference to be held in Pitt County, August 21st, 23rd, 2025?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. So,
I was just telling you, I second.
all right, Commissioner Leek is the alternate. Thank you, Commissioner Leek.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to approve those items not pulled from
So
consent?
moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. First item on consent, 25-0406, request to rename county facility. Commissioner Powell, it reads weird on here, so I apologize.
So this is just the beginning of the process, and
That's good.
when Rusty died, it was really important to the employees to have something to name after him, and they need county commissioners to support that. It's the beginning of the process before we have a public hearing, but I knew him and worked with him for 35 years. And so Commissioner Leek and I wrote letters of recommendation for the building to be appointed. And I did want to talk just briefly, when I hear employees call things like VCW, or I can't remember what they call.
There's a procedure.
EBS, and I'm like, I can't do that. I have to say the whole name of the person, because the reason that we named it was so that we remember the spirit of the good work they did. And so I'm hoping nobody calls it the RSR building, but, Roselle, Rusty Roselle, or Russell Roselle. And it's just the beginning of the process, but it's really important, not just to us, but to, water quality and all the great work he did every day for however many years. And it's the beginning.
All right, thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item is 25-0414. It's a joint resolution by Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners to reconstitute the Lake Norman Marine Commissioner, Commissioner Powell.
So we worked really hard on this. I can't even tell you how hard, to come up with something that all the counties agreed on. And the resolution is just a tiny little snapshot of looking into what's important for safety, for education, for community involvement, for participation with community stakeholders. And this is why we added a component of an interview to interviewing who we appoint, so that the person understands how serious this role is and how, they need to show up and have qualifications and zero conflicts of interest.
The commission will open tomorrow. I'll be appointing an ad hoc committee. Commissioner Powell, you'll chair that committee. I'll name the rest of the members later on. Okay, I'll let you know. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item, 25-0409, Homes Interlocal Agreement. I pulled it, and Commissioner Leek, I'll defer to you.
Well, I was getting ready to defer to you. Tell us really what you mean by homes interlocal agreement. What are we?
Two questions we received.
I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Received for this is, who are the parties to the interlocal agreement, which the parties involved are Mecklenburg County Department of Community Resources and the town of Davison. This is for our Helping Out Mecklenburg Homeowners with Economic Support Grant, better known as HOMES. And then ask for a summary of the program. The Department of Community Resources manages a HOMES program that provides economic support to residents with low to moderate income in retaining their homes. The fiscal year 2025-26 DCR HOMES program includes a partnership with the town of Davison. The town of Davison increased their funding by $15,000 for the fiscal year, and the city of Charlotte made a donation amount of $34,000.
Excellent. So moved.
Question.
Commissioner Dunlap.
Not about the process and what we're about to approve, but the question was asked of me, since the county pays directly to the tax office on behalf of the citizen, how and when is the citizen notified that they were given the grant? In other words, people apply, but how do they know that they received the grant or not? How are they notified?
Dr. Washington, to the rescue.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. The applicant is notified of the application disposition. They don't receive the payment, but they do get a response on their application directly to them based on the person who applied.
Okay, so they're waiting on that response then?
That's correct. If they don't have it, they can always contact the team and they can let them know where they are in the process.
Okay.
Will the board be notified that it has taken place? The money has been granted?
The board?
Yes.
You will receive an update on spending for the HOMES program later on in the year. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Next up is item 25-0418, Construction Management at Risk Methodology for County Projects. Commissioner Leek.
I'm asking this because I'm being asked by the community, how and when will we know how that it's determined that what we're using as a quality process? I said for 2 years, Pat Cawthon and I both were left off the committee as it relates to the interviews. What's the process?
Manager.
We didn't get that question. We'll have to follow up on that. It was,
All right.
the questions we did receive is, what is the project and what county projects does this involve? And in terms of what it is, it's a request to utilize the construction manager at the risk contract delivery method for Tuskegee Rec Center and Park Project.
Right.
And in terms of what it involves, this is for the Tuskegee Recreation Center and Park Project, which will involve replacement of the existing facility and improving or adding to the existing park amenities. Regarding your follow-up questions, I'm happy to have staff look that up, and we'll follow back up with you.
I just want to make sure that we're being utilized as a board, that all of us are being represented on these committees. And I was not, Pat and I both were left off for 2 years.
So let me address that, Commissioner Leek, and I thank you for raising that. With respect to any of these projects where board members participate, the vice chair is in charge of that process as far as appointing that. I gave her that authority.
Excellent.
And what's happening is we're doing it on a round-robin basis. If you remember a couple of months ago, we asked you all as colleagues to have the flexibility to have, well, we try to have 2 represented, but if we can only have 1, then we wanted that flexibility,
At
which
least ask
everybody
us.
approved. So it's based on a pretty much a round-robin basis. So everyone will get an opportunity at some point, depending on how many projects are there. It may not be, I can't promise that we'll have 9
Only thing I'm
projects.
saying, utilize all of us.
Yes, absolutely.
And don't omit any of us.
Absolutely.
Because of your own problem.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it. Next item, 25-0419, budget amendment, Sheriff's Office, revenue and expense increase to general fund. Commissioner Leek.
How much and for what is going to take place?
Well, this action, it is for $10,000. The Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office Adult Programs Division has received intent from Elevation Church to donate $10,000 in contribution towards the chaplaincy and the Residence Programs Division.
And the reason I ask, I have been asked repeatedly by the community who deals with this political process of the monies handled by the sheriff. We have no control.
That's correct.
Concession stand is not my problem. It's the community wanting to know why we don't know about these issues. And I said, well, we have no control over the money, but yet we'll ask for money from the sheriff for the department.
Yes.
Do you get
I follow you.
a?
Follow what you're saying.
Thank you. You understand? So I need to give an answer to the people.
I understand that. And the answer is that the sheriff has full discretion on how he utilizes his operating budget.
But coming to the county, is it included in the budget?
We do fund the sheriff's budget. That is correct.
All right, thank you. Just want to make sure we say that. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it. Next item, 25-0425, subcontractor, pre-qualifications, construction manager at risk for Ladder Place. Commissioner Lee.
Construction qualifications. What are we asking for?
Again, well, the Board of County Commissioners authorized the use of the construction manager at risk contract methodology for this project at your June 4th, 2024 regular meeting. Included in the response that you have is a list of criteria. There's a total of 6 of them. And the focus of these requirements is to ensure that a pre-qualification process is conducted transparently, using the criteria that's listed there that relates to the specific project being bid and are applied objectively and fairly to all bidders. The requirements also give bidders an opportunity to learn why they were denied pre-qualification and can appeal that denial.
Thank you. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Next item, 25-0428, tax collector's annual settlement for fiscal year 2025, tax year 2024. Commissioner Leek.
What was that total?
You have that total, Jaleesa?
If you don't, you can give it to me
Okay,
tomorrow or pass it out to us.
She's right here.
she's on the way down. She's been here all night, so we'll give her.
Thank you, honey.
Good evening. Great color, Commissioner Leek. The total collections for property taxes in FY25 was $1.420 billion.
1.4.
$1.420 billion. That equates to a 99.50% tax collections, which is
Excellent.
a great year.
Put that on my desk, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, that fell flat. Opposed? Okay, that passes. Last item, 25-2431, construction contract, Eastland Park. Just wanted to know real quick, Leslie, I don't know if you know this, and I pulled this at the last minute. With this construction contract, do we know when it's going to start? Is this the park at Eastland? Do we know when it starts? I haven't followed that. Okay. No worries. All right, so.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to,
Can't hear you over here.
Good evening. I was saying that it is, the construction will be soon. I know that there's a tentative date already established for the groundbreaking, so, and that's within the next 30 to 45 days. I think it's a date in mid-September.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Mr. Attorney?
Chairman, you need to go back to 25-0418. The vote was taken, but neither the clerk nor I heard either a motion or a second. There was conversation and the vote took place.
All right,
On the
so
construction at risk contract.
25-0418, construction management at risk contracting methodology for county projects.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Next item, last item is commissioner reports. Anybody have a commissioner report?
I do.
Okay, we've got two commissioner reports. Commissioner
Oh,
Powell.
3, leak.
Okay, Commissioner Powell, and then Commissioner Dunlap, then Commissioner Leek.
So this is good because we're so tired. Like Commissioner Dunlap said, aren't we going to talk about the applications coming in for the new Marine Commission? And so, Tyrone, do we have a timeline or do we need to set a timeline? It starts tomorrow that we
What's
start.
that?
It starts tomorrow that we start taking applications to appoint new members. Do we have to set a timeline?
For the commission?
Set a timeline for how long we accept applications before we interview.
No, that's up to you.
So we don't have a timeline?
No.
What board?
It's the Marine Commission.
If we have someone and you have time to interview them and we get them and, nominated before the board, the application, it's just going to be like our regular boards that we have. The applications come in as they, people apply.
And so can we get help from PI to advertise that there is, that we have a new Marine Commission and we're advertising for applicants?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I was just going to add, Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but the goal is to bring forward at our September 6th meeting a list of applicants, should we receive them, for the board's consideration. And then you can vote on who you'd like to interview to possibly have them come forward on September 16th. That's best case scenario.
Yeah, it's not realistic.
I understand.
Yeah. Okay, so, that's good to know. Hopefully, people will apply, and, PI will do a really good job of getting that out there, and then I'll share it, and we'll just keep sharing it, because we need people that don't have conflicts of interest.
Commissioner Dunlap.
That'll be okay.
So my question was, based on this timeline, my understanding is that these people actually have to be appointed by a certain date. And the question is, since we have now decided that they will be interviewed first, whether or not we'll be able to make that timeline. Because in my discussion with Elaine, she didn't talk about it, but she had an alternate plan to make sure that we met the timeline, which was to appoint some people interim, and then as other people applied, to have those people who were appointed interim resign and appoint the actual people who are going to serve.
I don't think there's a timeline, Commissioner Dunlap, that you must appoint someone by. You reconstitute, and then part of your process, you will go through the nomination, the appointing by the various entities. Until you get a quorum, they cannot conduct business. So it could be commissioners that's appointed, could be some citizen or someone, because every county has a different appointing process. But there's no rigid timeline by which you must appoint. Now, the statute does lay out what, once the Wildlife Commission has affirmed that the counties have reconstituted, there's a process. They must then send out a resolution that the counties have reconstituted, and then those who have been appointed within a certain period of time, they can begin business. But you're not under a timeline by which you must appoint.
Okay, so once it's reconstituted, we have an appointment of X number of people.
Right.
So do they just remain vacant until we appoint?
Well, you got the 4 counties. If they get at least 5, they can then conduct business.
So, yeah,
Can we do this on this? Can we take that offline and like you guys just work out that process for, because we went through this and via email and all this other stuff. So why don't we just take it offline, come up with the process and call it a day?
Perfect, because we want to be at the table.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
because we got, let's move on to that. Hold on one second, Les, if you don't mind. Let me go to Commissioner Dunlap and then we'll squeeze you in.
What I was looking for disappeared on my phone.
All right, so let me go to Leslie.
Yeah, go to Leslie.
Leslie, just-
Good evening again. It's getting kind of late. It's almost good morning, right? But I wanted to do a correction for you. The tentative save the date for Eastland is October 23rd. I had to follow it in my calendar. October 23rd is the save the date.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunlap.
Dr. Washington, you're going to have to help me out. A couple of weeks ago, I went on behalf of the chair and the rest of the board to speak to, you know who I'm talking about. And I noticed that we typically have a resolution for every day, and for just about every organization, and we didn't do one for this particular organization.
What is the
And I promised
organization?
them that we would do that.
Hold on, Commissioner Leek, please. Let's let him finish his.
I thought he had finished.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Dunlap, for joining us for Early Intervention Day with the Children's Developmental Services Agency, which sits in the Health Department. We serve children who have development delays up until the age of 3.
And so what was interesting about that was that the department came together, and as a part of that particular program, there were actually parents of children who had developmental delays to come and talk about the services that they received from Mecklenburg County. And it was heartwarming to hear them talk about how life had changed for them. And I thought it was interesting to know that, first of all, I didn't even know they existed. But if you could have heard them talk about that, you would have really been appreciative of this department that, for me, had really gone unknown, that provides such valuable services to over 1,000 children in Mecklenburg County.
Thank you.
Now,
Commissioner
what
Leek.
program is it that we're supposed to give a resolution to?
Children's Developmental Services Agency, the CDSA. Commissioner Leek, you're up. Your commissioner report.
My report. Held 2 meetings in my district to talk about, number one, the passing of the item tonight. Well attended, and I want to thank my chairperson for attending, and also our vice chair attending, along with Mr. Griffin and others. Well attended. And I'm calling 2 other meetings to say to the people, now what do we do to make it happen? With a smile on our face. That's number 2. And tomorrow here at this building, I'll be meeting with 7 people talking about our children who have aged out of the programs, and they're eligible for scholarships at Livingstone College, and the president will meet with us tomorrow at 2:00. And that will be awarding those young people an opportunity to go to college and get college credit. So I've already made that arrangement, and everything is already set up. So I'll be expecting you, Mr. Chairman, to come if you possibly can, and our manager to come, if possible, not to the full meeting, but whatever time you can give us. So that's taken care of. When there's a holiday, those kids will not have to leave campus. They will provide for them to stay on campus because they don't have any place to go anyway. So this is really working out well for us. So thank you, Mr. Manager, for helping me, and for the chairperson for helping me, and the vice chair.
All right, that concludes Commissioner reports. Thank you all. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Great job. Thank you.
I realize it's quote.